Hello, good afternoon all. I'm Dr. Minalo. Welcome
Good
you all
afternoon.
heartily. Good afternoon, very good afternoon. I welcome you again heartily for this virtual international development program, which is organized by Maharashtra Education Society. And this is the fourth day of this live virtual program. And up till now, we have seen the various aspects as far as the quality and effectivity of the library services increasing is concerned. We have seen the service quality aspect and how we can work out as far as the virtual world is concerned. We have seen DigiQual services. We have also seen how collaboratively we can work more effectively, right, at the global level. That also we have seen in the inaugural session. We have also seen the scholarly communication. How can we raise our scholarly communication? The related matters of marketing of library services and how it impacts directly on our performance, how we have to showcase our talents. That also we have seen from Dr. Nabi. We have seen the robust digital architectural design of the digital library from Dr. Shri. And today is the day when we are going to see many aspects related to the educational policies, as well as the knowledge attitudes and how to effectively use the open access information sources. Because many times what we observe, particularly in the developing countries like India, at many places, the subscribed databases are not there, like Web of Science, Scopus. All these databases are not available at each and every remote place. So open source is the only medium from where you can provide effective or bare minimum services. So what we can do for each and every corner of the rural part of India, by keeping this motto in our mind, we have organized today's third session. The second session is about the knowledge attitude, and first session is about the educational policies. What is the national education policy of India? Not only of the India, but what are the related other national policies as far as other countries are concerned, and what is the government's attitude towards the quality of education and how it will impact on the library science world. That also is very essential. So it is the another aspect as far as the quality is concerned. Now assessment is a very crucial part. We all are aware a bit of it. As far as the organizer of this program is concerned, Maharashtra Education Society's Institute of Management Career Courses is responsible to organize this program. It is a well-versatile institute in the domain of management and computer science since 1983. MES is the parent organization, and the focus of MES is to cultivate the grassroots education. Currently, we are having more than 70 educational branches all over the across Maharashtra state. So pulling out the education thread ahead, we will move towards the educational policy. And we are fortunate today we have Dr. N.B. Dahibate sir as the chairperson of today's session. Dahibate sir is known in the field for more than 40 years, or rather 50 years, I should say. He is a retired principal technical officer from NCL, and he has completed his PhD from Savitribai Phule Pune University under the guidance of Professor Dr. S.K. Patil, former head of Department of Library Science and SPPU Pune. He worked in the special library. As far as NCL is concerned, he is having an expertise in patent handling and patent referencing. He is actively involved in the development of the scientific databases for the users, and very well invited at various places as a chairperson as well as a keynote addresser. The biodata is so long, very vast, but I have cut it down because there is no need for me to say a few more things. We are very well aware as far as Maharashtra or even India is concerned. So over to you, sir. The session is totally under your control now. Over to you.
Thank you, madam. First of all, I welcome all the participants, all the contributors, and all the presenters of this webinar. Today, we are conducting 3 sessions. First session will be and the lecture will be delivered by Dr. Athole sir. Second will be Dr. Mitul sir, and third will be Dr. Jay Bhatt sir. Today, this session we are conducting from 3 to 7. Everybody will get 1 hour plus 15 minutes for question and answer session. If there will be no question and answer session, then we will shift to the another delegate. Here, I just first of all introduce Dr. Subhash Athole sir, who is well-known personality in our Maharashtra, as well as all namaskar, as well as all over India also. At present, Dr. Subhash Athole is known professional in our library profession, and he is presently working as a librarian in group of CHM colleges, Mumbai, and he has been on the advisory committee of these colleges for successful management and implementation of the different policies. He is also associated with MUCTA, that is Maharashtra University College and Teachers Association, and he is heading post as a joint secretary, which is very responsible post. And during the COVID, he has organized not less than 30 sessions in a sequence on more than different subjects, and very prominent personalities contributed into this and delivered their speeches. And this session or this series of the lectures were very appreciated by everyone. And he has also published the data analytics on this session. If we say something about the Athole sir, then I will fail the things to just introduce him. But he has completed his basic degree in the chemistry side. He is a chemical scientist, and then he turned to the bachelor's degree in library science. He passed it out from the Bhopal, that is Barkatullah University, and recently he has completed his post PhD degree from the Dravidian University. He has completed in the marketing of library services, and this is at the higher education level. He has highlighted more. Apart from this, he was associated with the Mumbai Vidyapit, SNDT, Women's Vidyapit in Mumbai, as well as various other universities in the Maharashtra. And he is associated as a member of the selection committee as well as board of studies. His best achievements are he has completed many minor research projects of UGC as well as major research project of UGC, and he has submitted the reports which are very useful to the librarian professionals, as well as the information specialists, the policy makers. He has worked in the various disciplines. As far as I know, he is very well settled, and he is a social reformer in our library and information field. He is assisting many problems and issues which faced by the library professionals, and he takes to the higher authorities and try to solve it at his own level with the Mukta Association. He is also elected member of LMC in 2012 to 2017, and CDC, that is from 2019 to 2024. He is also a core committee member of Skill Development Center of KM Kundanani Pharmacy College, Polytechnic, and program under his affiliation, MHRD. He is monitoring for this. He is a nominated member by the Vice Chancellor on various selection committees in Maharashtra state, and I think he is the most busiest person, and today he is available for us for this special cause. Apart from this, he has awarded many, he has been a recipient of many awards from different organizations, and prominent awards are, he is a outstanding research, his outstanding research paper got medal, and in the conference of Mumbai University in 2011, he is elected member of Mumbai University Senate from the Faculty of Arts as a teacher constituency from 2000 to 2009, and still he is active in this position. He is a member nominated by Government of Maharashtra Book Selection Committee for the Public Library from 2017 to 2020, and he is a member for the Board of Studies of LIS in different universities, and he has contributed many technical and research scientific papers in our field, and hope he will be joining for the future session that we are conducting on the special event of national education policy, what we are right now calling as NEP 2020. He will be focusing on this policy as well as some policies which are related to other countries, which are related to education in other countries also, as well as he is taking the review of the previous committees. Very briefly, he will analyze this and how, what is the basic question. Always we are thinking that what is the role libraries have to play in this NEP 2020. And I think this lecture will be very useful, which will be delivered shortly by Dr. Athavale sir. Please, Dr. Athavale sir, you can continue your session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daivate sir, my guru, and it is really a great occasion for me that
Okay, sir, no
I could get the blessings right in the beginning from my guru, and before starting this session. My thanks are also due to Dr. S.K. Patil sir, Dr. Deshpande sir, Director IMCC, Professor Dr. Meenal Oak, librarian of IMCC, for giving me this opportunity to present before you on National Education Policy 2020, role of library professionals. The topic decided is library services in the virtual world, quality and effective information delivery. I think the topic today for me, that National Education Policy 2020, is well going with the theme of this online webinar. And I think my presentation would be basically on that, and you all will take the insight of what National Education Policy is. Please go to next slide. What National Education Policy of India and other countries, I'll be doing that, the little bit of explanation. Then historical developments, look back. Then NEP structure, that how National Education Policy has been structured. Then vision of the policy. Then what are the highlights of National Education Policy 2020? Higher education and role of librarian, which is the main core topic for me today. But before that, I think it is necessary to speak about what is the policy, what is the role, how it has been designed, what is the history of it. So I'll be covering that. And then I'll be placing before you a few of my observations, and then I'll conclude with the topic. As in the beginning, it was told to me that the time given is 1 hour. So I'll try to finish up by 4:15 so that the question answer session can continue, and then the next speaker is also there. So I think we'll be able to finish well within the time. The very important part of national education policy and the comparison of other countries, then purpose and role of the education policies, and what is the specific areas where national education policy is depending on the librarians, that part we are going to speak. And I think that would be more useful for our professionals. First of all, question comes to our mind that why education policies are required. Please go to next slide. Why education policies are required. If you look at the first and foremost, when I compared while doing the study of this particular topic, and when I have compared with the national education policy of the other countries, then one common factor which I have observed is the first and foremost is nation building, quality education, national education policies, and changing educational landscape. So these are the four major areas where every national policy is working around. Now, high quality education is the best part, the main and core area of any of the national education policy. And unlike all other countries' education policy, will find that high quality education has got prime importance in our national education policy 2020. Then the second part is quality education. This also has got very important part and role, and very important part is national development. Like, not giving high quality education is not only going to serve purpose, but the ultimate aim, the ultimate goal of the policy, that it should develop our nation, so that what we say, our former president Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam has very rightly said that we want to see India as a superpower by 2020. So what that superpower is, that cannot be achieved without the national development. Then different skill sets, which is very important aspects. Whenever the education policy is being formulated, the skill education is equally important, because when there was a study made, it was observed that where we are lacking behind is the skill set, and if we will not look towards it, then it is not going to serve the purpose. And rightly, in the National Education Policy 2020, very good emphasis has been given to skill education and facilitate learning. So we all are aware that how facilities can be provided in the learning system, how students should be motivated, what additional facilities they should be provided, how education should be made flexible to them. So all such kind of things have been incorporated, and accordingly the national education policy has been designed. Go to next slide, please. If we look to the policy, how it has been developed after independence, first and foremost is University Education Commission in 1948. So right from the independence, the policy or the country has started looking to the education. It is very important that it will not look to the education, then it will be difficult to grow, to develop, and to reach to that superpower. And so right from the independence, university education, that is first and foremost, it was University Education Commission. It was not national education policy, but it was university education. After that, we all are aware that Kothari Commission in 1964 under the chairmanship of Dr. D.S. Kothari, and this particular Kothari Commission was very well remembered by all of us, because it was the first and foremost where the policy, where the formation of 10 plus 2 plus 3, it has been suggested. The education format which we follow till now is 10 plus 2 plus 3, which has been suggested by Kothari Commission. Then a very special aspect, that to promote social justice, Kothari Commission has given some suggestions, that education to backward classes, education to tribal people, physically and mentally handicapped children. So all such things have been included in the Kothari Commission. They are the few highlights of Kothari Commission, and accordingly, that since 1964, that has been followed. And after that, in 1986, the first time national education policy has come into existence that we all are aware. And in this also, this particular policy has come in the time of our Prime Minister, Mr. Rajiv Gandhi. And this policy is called as this policy has got special emphasis on the removal of disparities and bringing equalities in the education opportunity. It is very big statement. Removing the disparity and bringing the equality in the education, I think, was a very good step, bringing it in the education policy, because of which education has become possible for women, for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and all the communities of India. Moving further, after 34 years, National Education Policy 2020 has come in existence, and Dr. Kasturi Rangan, under the chairmanship of Kasturi Rangan, this particular policy have come into existence. We all are aware that before this, the chairman was there, and it was well decided that how this policy can be taken up. The name of TSR Subramaniam, who was the earlier chairman, and he has submitted his report in 2016. And after that, Dr. Kasturi Rangan has taken over, and in 19 he has submitted his draft report, which is on the verge of its implementation. If you look at 2020 also, then there are some special features, that is increase the gross enrollment ratio in higher education, including vocational education. So gross enrollment ratio has been talked. As you all are aware that we are into the system of education to all. There is an act that the education to all is being promoted. RT, right to education, has come up. But then also the gross enrollment ratio, why this policy is talking, because it is observed that currently the gross enrollment ratio is 26.3%. And the objective has been decided till 2035 that this gross enrollment ratio should cross 50%. And around 3.5 crores of the seats will be added to the higher education, and education shall be promoted through this the NEP 2020. So if you look at in all development from 1948, then Kothari Commission, then the National Education Policy under the leadership of Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, and now under the leadership of our present Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And I still remember that when it was started, that time Smriti Irani was HRD minister, and that time it was a talk of town that new national education policy is coming, and we all need to contribute. I think since then this policy have started, and we all are talking about it. And now recently, what information I have gathered is now it will be implemented very soon. When I was looking to the historical part of it, I could find that David Thomas Bowen, he has written in his PhD thesis that Peter Robb, he has claimed that the Britishers, they have given, next slide please, the Britishers, they have supported Indianization of education, education in Indian languages, and because of which the knowledge which is available can be provided effectively to them, and that can be used in the development of India. So that was the next slide, please. That was the basic part, and I could get the reference from there. And this particular thesis is available online, and this reference is also available. In 1935, Thomas Macaulay, the first law member, has suggested that Western education model should be adopted. I do not know whether that was right or wrong, but it has been suggested. Then education was deep rooted since British colonial period and in the era of East India Company. So though we say that after independence since 1948, the education policy has started, but it has been deep rooted when we were under the British rule, British government, and since then the policies are continued and the education patterns are coming up. In present policy document, what is seen is rightly said by Mr. David Bowen, that Indianization of education, that the education is available in Indian languages, and same thing we find that Indianization of education in National Education Policy 2020 in the form of Gurukul schools and education in mother tongue. In the actual vision of the 2020, there you'll find that this mother tongue education has been given lot of prominence, and whatever has been suggested that we'll discuss further. When I was comparing the education policy with different nations, I could observe that Japan, next slide please, Japan, the education policy, very fantastically they have given that motivation to learn and apply learning to life. I think in any education policy, if this kind of punchlines are there, that motivation to learn, unlike our RT, right to education, here it has been said that motivation to learn and apply learning to life. So learning only is not sufficient if unless and until we apply it for our livelihood. Then acquisition of knowledge and technical skills. So again, only acquisition of knowledge, anyway, only acquisition of information is not sufficient unless and until it has been converted into skill and some manufacturing or some new ideas. If we are not bringing out of it, then that education is not proper. Similarly, skills to think, make judgments, and express on oneself. So skill to think, again, it is very important, where I think the Japanese people, I have heard once that Japanese people, after Hiroshima and Nagasaki attack in the Second World War, the entire country has been ruined. But then they have been developed, they have come up like anything, and that has only become possible because of the adoption of skill, adoption of knowledge to skill, and motivation to learn. I think these are the three punchlines which I could find, and I thought I should share with all of you, because this is the kind of education policy which is covered in Japan. Similarly, now when I compare with it, National Education Policy 2020, so here also more emphasis is on education, education in mother tongue and skill education, and further liberal education. So all these things have been incorporated in our National Education Policy 2020. I think that will definitely support for further development and grow knowledge in our country also. Now, how is the structure of National Education Policy? If I look at, then it has been divided into 4 parts. The first part is about school education. The second part is about higher education. Third part is about other key areas of key areas, and the fourth part is making it happen. Now, this particular school education, higher education, then the key areas, and making it happen. That making it happen, we are at that stage, and I think for the implementation, proper implementation, that making happen part is being incorporated. Now, if you look at the vision of the National Education Policy, the vision is very clear: to instill among the learners a deep-rooted pride in being Indian. So, from basic part of it, it should be deep-rooted that I am Indian, not only in thoughts but also in spirit. I should not be thinking that I'm Indian, but spiritually also, I should think that I'm Indian. Intellect, intellect, depths of all well to develop knowledge, skills, values, and depositions that support responsible, committed to human right, responsible commitment to human rights, sustainable development, and leaving the global well-being, thereby reflecting a truly global citizen. If I'll say that the vision is very clear, that it is talking about deep-rooted Indianization, then intellect, then the development of knowledge, development of skill, development of values, deposition that support the responsible, committed citizen, a right human being, and finally, we also talk about global well-being. We always say that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is also appearing in global well-being, and further it has been expanded that reflecting truly global citizen. So we are not sticking to only India and Indianization, but we are also trying liberalizing ourselves to global citizen and global India, making it truly that we always think about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So this is the basic vision of the national education policy. And I think if we look at the highlights of it, then definitely they are reflecting in the education policy also. Now, schooling starting from 3 years onwards. So earlier also it was from 3 years, but the pattern was like in the Kothari Commission, we have seen that it was 10 plus 2 plus 3. But now the pattern which is suggested is 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. So what is the benefit? It has been said, it has been studied that the mental development of a child starts right at the early age. And so that age has been decided that till standard 3, what is this 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 is first 2 years of the primary education that he'll complete. Then third, fourth and fifth standard, that is the first part of that is plus 3. Then seventh, eighth, sixth, seventh and eighth, that is second plus 3. Then 9, 10, 11, 12 is the last 4 part. So earlier now we are graduate, our students are getting higher degree 10th and 12th. So I think the pattern will come where this 10th and 12 will go vanish and we'll be into 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 pattern. Then inclusion of vocational education is also a highlight, because till this policy, the vocational education was not given the importance, and it was not been discussed. But now this vocational education has been discussed in the policy document itself. Then multidisciplinary and holistic education. This multidisciplinary is very important, looking at the different subjects, different knowledge components which are coming up, growing up. And so this multidisciplinary has got a wide range and wide importance, and which has been included in the policy document. Holistic education, this is again that it is going on the similar part, that education should be all around development, where complete development. And when I was looking through the education policies of other countries, there also I could notice that holistic education, holistic approach is been registered in each and every education policy of other countries also. Then very important part in this education policy, they have suggested that UGC will be replaced by NHERA, that is National Higher Education Regulatory Authority. What earlier UGC is doing, that is we all are aware that whatever higher education institutes are there, they are governed, they are come under the University Grants Commission. But now the policy says that it should be replaced by National Higher Education Regulatory Authority, where they are planning to take everything. We have UGC, we have AICTE, we have Law Bar Council, we have Architectural Council, we have Pharmacy Council. So everything will come under one umbrella. That is the idea. And National Higher Education Policy Regulatory Authority will take care of it, and all will come under one umbrella. Then establishment of National Research Foundation. I think this is a very welcome step which has been suggested, which has been highlighted, in the present national policy document 2020 that research has been given prominent importance. Now, establishing a national research foundation, so to develop research in the country, I think that National Research Foundation is very important. If you look at the document, then they have specified that what specific role National Research Foundation will have to take and how research culture can be developed and what is the importance of that when we see that overall development of the country and nation building, which we have seen right in the policy document. Then critical thinking, ethics, and constitutional values, if we'll see now, it is not only that we are not sticking only to the bookish value, but we are also making our students, our next generation, to think critically, ethically, and constitutional values also the policy want to inculcate in the coming generation. Then promoting multilingual and the power of the language. Multilingual, I think it is very important, and we all know that India has got a rich culture, and every part has different language. If we'll travel 10 kilometers, then the language changes. Similarly, this particular point, we want to take it as an advantage part, and we want to develop the knowledge in that languages so that implementation of this policy can happen nicely. Open and distance learning also will be covered under NAC. Up till now, National Assessment and Accreditation Council is looking after only the higher education institutions. For management institutions or engineering institutions, there is a National Bureau of NBD, which is there. So I think NAC is going to be covered, NAC will be implemented to all over, and it will be covering distance education as well. Next slide, please. Few of the highlights, that is focus on regular formative assessment of learning. So this regular formatting assessment has got very important role because what we have seen, though we have entered into the semester system, then also the examinations are conducted maybe half yearly or yearly sometimes. But this regular interval assessment shall help to see how the child is developing, whether he is achieving something, whether he is learning something, or whether he is gaining something, to understand that this particular part shall play a very important vital role. Extensive use of technology. This also is a very important part because we all are aware that during the pandemic time, what we are seeing that today also we are meeting virtually, and how this is possible, this is becoming possible is due to the technology, and the policy suggests that the extensive use of technology should be made. We have seen a lot of times that even university meetings, then board of studies meetings, when we go personally, that time we spend a lot of time in traveling, a lot of time discussing on other part of it. But then if we'll make use of technology, and sometimes if we'll meet online and if we'll exchange the ideas, I think that has been expected by the policy. Then spatial preference for MOOC. MOOC, we all are aware that massive open massive open online courses, and the spatial preference has been suggested in the policy document for that. Then system will be modified to type 1, type 2, type 3. What is this type 1, type 2, type 3? Is they have divided the colleges and the universities into these three parts, that pure education, then spatial education, and research education. That is very superficial part I'm taking because I want to cover many points. So this is the three types of categories which have been made, and the education has been made possible in through these three types. Then synergy in curriculum across the levels of education. So the curriculum also, they're trying to that there should be synergy in the curriculum. That part is also taken care of. Then project funding for private institutions. I think this is very welcome step suggested in the national document that up till now, only the institutions who are getting funding from the government, that is aided institutions, they used to get the grants. But the policy document suggests that project funding for private institutions also should be provided. I think this is a very welcome step, and all those teachers or all those professionals who are working in the private unaided institutions, they will also get this opportunity, and they'll also get funding for doing some projects which will be definitely ultimately useful for nation building and enhancing becoming India superpower. Light but tight regulatory framework. This is again the term light but tight. This particular term is being used in the policy document, that though it look like it is not well, and so it is not so on a lighter note, or a lighter note, this policy. But if you look at the total document, this particular infrastructure which has been suggested is that is very collaborative, that is very inclusive, and because of which this new policy shall be very much useful from the youngsters point of view, for the students who are going to come for the education now. Then continuous review. This is again a very important feature, that policy document suggests that it should not be one time. Review of the policy should be taken again and again. If we look at the history, 1948, then 1964, then 1986, and then in NEP 2020. So the development of the national education policy was happening maybe at 30-40 years. Presently also, after 34 years, this particular policy has come up. If you look at the earlier policy, 1986, the implementation, though it has come in existence in 1986, but the actual implementation started in 1992 with some amendments. Similarly, here also now the policy document has come in 2020. So now it is a proper time. The policy document suggests that after 2020, no new affiliated colleges should be provided. But since the implementation has not started yet properly, so this year also we will see that few colleges will be added to all the universities in Maharashtra, at least I can say, because the process recently has happened of enrolling new colleges. The proposal had come before the management council, so new colleges shall be added this year also. So the policy document suggests that after 2020, no new affiliated colleges should come. So I think this continuous review of the policy is very important, and if that has been taken, then it will help to incorporate the multidisciplinary approach, which is again being suggested by the policy document, to incorporate that and to uplift the syllabi accordingly. Then comprehensive funding for outstanding research. This is very important feature. Up till now, if you have seen that many of us might have undertaken major research project, minor research project, there was a funding, but there was no authority who are assessing those projects. There was no authority who are finding out the importance, the utility of those projects. But now the policy document suggests that this funding, where the funding has been made, and if the research is outstanding, then such funding should be promoted further. So this is again a welcome step. Then introduction of liberal arts is again a welcome step, where now earlier this was not there, but this policy document very proudly introduces that liberal arts in the policy document itself. Then suitable infrastructure for lifelong learning. We say that there is a department of lifelong learning in Mumbai University, and I think it should be there in the all the universities where students get the opportunity to not only learn the curriculum, but also the lifestyle, life skill, livelihood, how he should be. So this continuous lifelong learning is being incorporated, and how that can be done is being discussed in the policy document. Education is public service. This is again a very important part. It should not be stick to only higher class or higher middle class or lower middle class. This education should be made available to all the public. And as we are aware, I'll again say about RT, right to education. but the ratio of the conversion was not there up till now. So this particular inclusion of this, that education reach to the public, I think this is going to be this will prove to be a milestone of when implementation of this policy will start. Then a strong, vibrant public education system is also one of the very important feature. Strong, vibrant public education system is also a very vibrant, characteristic of this national education policy. And I think on when we'll start the implementation of it, that vibrancy will be able to see when we'll learn skills, when we'll learn, the moral values, and when we'll start building up our nation, I think everybody will come to know the strength of this policy. Go to next slide, please. Then universal access to education at all levels. Now, this again is a very important feature of the policy document, that universal access. It is not talking again to any particular caste, creed, or anything. Universal access to the education at all levels. Like, it is not again said that the post graduation should be done by this particular type of a student, or graduation should be done by this particular type of a student, or schooling or entering into school should be this kind of a student. No, it should be universal access to the education. This has been suggested by the policy document. Then the second very important is curtailing the dropout rates. Now, if we'll see that in Mofussil area, where a student has to go to his field for, for agriculture purpose or some other purpose, or to earn something for his family, so the ratio, the dropout ratio is seen very much in the primary education. So if we'll apply this, and if proper funding is provided, proper education has been reaching to the grassroots level, then the policy document says that we can curtail the dropout rates. And I think again, this will be a welcome step, and proper implementation of RT can take place because of this. Then holistic development of the learner. We have seen that, as I have said earlier also, that holistic development is being talked by everybody. And if you look at the policy document entirely, this part is covered so many times, that how the holistic development can take place of a child. And unlike the other nations also, if you look, so holistic development is talked at length. Similarly, here also the emphasis has been given to the holistic education also. Curriculum, critical thinking, and essential learning. So enhancing essential learning has been taken care of. It has been given prominence. And critical thinking, it should not be only, like a classroom where we come, we sit, we attend lecture and go. But it has been suggested that after doing that, a child should be promoted to critically think and give his observations. Though it is not necessary that a lot of curriculum should be, completed in one particular year, and then the child should be prepared for 10th, 12th, and like that. But if at all you reduce, but then critical thinking power should be enhanced. That is the key idea of the highlight of this education policy. Experimental learning. Now, unlike as I was talking about the skill education, so practical experience of how it happens is also given prominence in the education policy. And so experimental learning has been highlighted in the entire document. Empower student through flexibility and the courses choice. This particular point in the policy document has been largely discussed and deliberated, because when we talk about the courses choice and the flexibility, then on the other hand, the job of the teacher comes in danger. But when we have discussed with so many people, those who were there in the formation of this national education policy, that time it has been explained to us that how it will not, but it will give, more jobs can be created. Because if, for example, here, choice-based credit system is being taught. If a student who is taking engineering as a core subject, and if want to do music along with that, then that student should be given that opportunity. So in an engineering college, you need to have a teacher who is going to teach music also. So such kind of opportunity, if we're getting, that is the choice-based education system, if we'll implement, and the policy document is very much firm on implementation of choice-based, because what they say that education should not be teachers-based, it should be the student-based. Student should get the opportunity. Student should learn what he or she wants to, and accordingly, the policy has been designed. Curricular integration and essential subject skills and capacities. So I think skill I have spoken. Then essential subjects also, that is again coming to the part of choice based, and so skill education, capacity building, choice based, then experimental learning, all of them have been occupied a lot of space in this policy document. And according to me, I have tried maximum out of it, and I think they are the key points, they are the highlights of the national education policy 2020. Now what is the next? NEP school and higher education. If you look at, the more emphasis in the policy document is been given to school education. Everywhere it is said that school education should be like this, school education should be like that. Universalization of education, which the main purpose of the policy is, then increasing the gross enrollment ratio that we have already discussed, and the policy document has set a target till 2035, the gross enrollment ratio should reach to 50%. Then how to achieve that? The policy document suggests enough reading material, new reading material, convenient access to resources, and availability of resources. So these are the main key areas, main 4 areas which have been emphasized, and school libraries, then the major part that we see that library program administrator, an information specialist. So all these things, the policy document have very widely discussed. And I think if you look at that, and if we'll try to, when it will come really to the implementation stage, I think it is an ambitious step which the education policy 2020 is going to take. And I think that is going to change or transform the Indian education system totally. So it is a welcome step. Next slide, please. Now, in this, there are few focused elements, that is national curriculum framework for school education. As I was talking, that school education has been given prime importance. So national curriculum framework for school education, this has been discussed widely in the policy document. Then national textbook with local current, that local content and flavor. So I think when we have talked about the text, the information and the translation and the curriculum in the local languages, I think we have seen this. And the textbooks which are available, if they are made available in the local language, I think that would be the best part. That is the information seekers are going to get information in their mother tongue. Again, that is the main core area of the highlight of the education policy, that the education should be provided till the schooling age in the mother tongue to that particular child. I have read that when I was talking about Japan, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were ruined completely. But why these people could come up, that one reason is because they have made the knowledge available in their mother tongue. Along with the skilling, along with the promotion, everything, what they have done, the knowledge was made universal, and that was brought into the mother tongue, and because of which Japanese people could grow, and they could do this technologically upliftment very easily, though it was being completely ruined. Transforming assessment for student development. assessment and development, we have seen already that how it is important, regular assessment, how it will help to enhance, to grow the student. Then support for gifted students, student with special talents. Now here it is very important that the education policy is discussing about gifted students, the students with some disabilities. They are also thinking and how they can be brought into the mainstream of education. The policy document has taken care for that also. NHQF, that is National Higher Education Qualification Framework, is the main core area of one of the main core area of this national education policy, universalization of education and holistic approach of the education that we have already discussed into. Now, up till now, what we have seen, the policy document, what is the structure of the document, then what are the highlights of the education policy, and now slowly we'll go further that what is the role of library professionals in the national education policy. When I was going through, initially I thought that there is nothing for library in the national education policy. But when I have gone deep into it, I could find out that provision of enough and new reading material is the part of national education policy. Now, if we look at it, provision of new reading material. Now, friend librarians will say that how we are connected to it, how we can provide the new reading material. Being the professionals, we are always in touch that what is coming new, what are the book reviews which are coming. So we are the people, we are the professionals who are always looking towards it. We are looking towards the goal of our institution and what is the material available in the market and how we can procure. So I think that provision of new reading material implies that role of librarian, that we always should look for what is the reading material available, looking at our particular point of view, our education institute or our institute is concerned, and accordingly we should try to procure. Then convenient access and availability of resources. Again, here the role of librarian is there, that if we will try to provide the access very easily to the knowledge which is available or the resources which are available. I think here I could see that though Dr. S.R. Ranganathan is not, the name of Dr. S.R. Ranganathan is not appearing in the policy document as such, but the total thing which has been covered is based on 5 principles, 5 laws of library science. Conveniently access of availability of the resources, meaning a researcher or the seeker of the information, if he or she thinks that I need the information, and if we provide that to information seeker, then we are definitely saving the time of that information seeker. So the principle, the law of library science is very well being applied to this. Again, when we talk about convenient access, so again, every book its reader and every reader its book, that principle, that law is also become applicable here. And we see that in provision of enough and new reading material, there also we have seen that library is a growing organism. So to provide enough access, to provide enough books, we need to enhance on our collection. So the principles, the laws of library science have been well taken, well covered here. Then the extraordinary, we have to do proactive, extraordinary librarian's role. See, when we go through the policy document, we will be able to find several such areas where the word librarian is not mentioned. But the expectation of the policy, if we look at, then they only can be fulfilled by the librarian and the library professionals. No other person can fulfill that. And to fulfill that, we require a skilled person who is none other than the librarian. But the policy document suggests that there should be a proactive role. It should not be that if we want to make the curriculum, then what is our role in that? let the faculty sit together and decide. We need not be putting ourselves into that, why we should increase our work. I still remember when I used to attend lectures of Professor Tikekar. That time he used to always say one story. That story was one of his students. He came to Professor Tikekar once, and he said, "Sir, I got the job, and now I have become librarian, and I am very happy." So Tikekar sir started thinking that why the student have come and why he's saying he is happy. So he further added that, "Sir, I've got the appointment letter, but there is no place for library. There is no budget for library. There are no books. I have to go daily to my office. I have to sit there and I have to come back. So no work. So I'm very happy." So this was the story which was given by Professor Tikekar, and now this policy document is talking about the proactive role. So proactive means if at all we feel that the role of librarian is not there, but we need to find out how we can become bridge between the information sources and the faculty members, and how best we can provide them, or how we can become the bridge between the books and the information seekers, and how proactively we should be in a position to provide them. Then very important feature of this national education policy is national book promotion policy. If you look at this, then this national book promotion policy is again talking about making an availability of books, accessibility of books, building of culture, then ICT equipped schools, so many things. Education in villages, library will be strengthened in the higher education system, then use of public library spaces for adult education, then deserve that one very important part is being talked about, that is CPD, that is continuing professional development. So it has been said that when we have a professional staff in the library, it should not happen that they are coming and sitting, but there should be continuous development of that staff members also. And this policy document is taking care of that also. Library is a program administrator. Again, that is a very common feature. And I think that is also has got good emphasis. And we all know that how librarians, if we become proactive, then what role we can play as an administrator, program administrator also. Then next slide, please. In a policy document, in section 2.8, as we have said, that enjoyable, that national education policy framework which we have talked about, enjoyable and inspirational books, then high quality translation. I feel this is very important, that high quality translation, as the policy is very ambitious is giving the education in mother tongue. So the high quality translators will have a big role to play when this policy will come to real implementation stage. And I think the librarian also will have to play a vital role, because he or she will have to find out what are the books available, which are there in the syllabus, or which are published in other languages, and they are to be translated in the language which their student understand, or they're in their mother tongue. So this study also the librarian will have to do. And if that will happen, then definitely high quality translation work shall be made available. Then excessive availability of information and information seekers, I think we have covered that point. Then focus digital libraries, particularly in villages. I think this is a very important part, that up till now we have not talked about even a book club or a mobile library in the villages. Though in some villages this practice has been followed. There are some WhatsApp messages which are coming, and they are showing how a person is going to villages and distributing books and making their lives creative. So similarly, now the education policy is taking care of digital libraries. So through the infrastructural development, through the technological development, these villages have to be connected, and the libraries and the book clubs needs to be started there. Then the promotion of the reading material is also expected, widespread of the reading material. Again, it is the role of the librarian comes, and how the books can be widely made available, and how promotion of books, how we can act as a bridge between the book and the reader is definitely is being taken care of in the policy document. Then formulation of national book promotion policy we have discussed already. Then ensure the availability and accessibility, quality, and readership for books across the geographies. I think this again is the part which from the laws of library science, that save the time of the reader. Every book its reader, every reader its book. Library is a growing organism. All these things has been covered in this particular point, and I think a good combination of when the policy document, I do not know that though there was no special mention about Dr. Ranganathan, but all the principles, all the laws of library science have been taken very well care of. Go to next slide, please. Here, as I was talking about choice-based education, so you will see the inclusion of art, music, science, sports, languages, and vocational subjects, etc., in the policy document. So you will definitely require the specialist of all these subjects to teach this, and to give the information to all these teachers or all these students. You need to have proper acquisition of those particular resources, and to provide them. The second part is acquiring resources for science lab, laboratory, skill labs, playground, sports. So if you'll see that holistic word which has come, so overall development, all-round development of a child is expected, and to do that, role of librarian becomes key. If librarian is well aware that what I can do for a child, how I can provide information about sports or everything to him, I think that particular role, proactive role, librarian is expected here to play, and then only this policy document can, at the time of implementation, this can be useful, and proper implementation is possible with this. Go to the next slide, please. Policy document in 2.2, which says current creation, digital repository, and dissemination. Again, here the role of librarian becomes very important, as content creation. Though you will feel that content creation, how I am responsible, but provide information for creating the content is a job of librarian. Digital repository, again, a job of librarian is there. And dissemination, it is our key area, that if we'll acquire the knowledge, if we'll take it, and if we'll disseminate it in a proper function when it is required, then I think that only is going to help for proper implementation. Reliable backup mechanism for disseminating e-content, that this is again a dissemination of information. Then we talk about a very important part is reading, writing, speaking, counting. This is especially for school children. So to develop those skills, so it is expected in the policy document that reading skills, writing skills should be inculcated right from the school age. So when a student is going to come in the higher education, that time definitely he or she will be enriched with reading, writing skills, and that child will be aware of that what to read and what not to read, which is going to the focused reading is possible, and accordingly the library professionals will need have to develop the collection accordingly. Then it talks about the robust system. I think we have talked about it, but the only very important part is individualizing what every individual student is learning. That track also can be possible, because we know that when the student come to library and what kind of books he is issuing and what he is reading, so that track we can keep, and overall track should be kept. If there is a proper coordination between library and the faculty members, then I think this is very well possible. Librarians and library professional lot of scope to work to carry out in information literacy, CAS and SDI services. I think I have spoken on CAS also, then information literacy and selective dissemination of information, which is going to save time of the reader. Library professionals can put efforts to widespread and to fulfill the mission of this by applying statistical tools, by managing skills, and it can be measured that how implementation of this policy is taking place. I think that also is possible if librarian is proactive and taking out the gist of this policy document. If librarian starts acting, I think it is only possible if librarian become proactive, then only the proper implementation of this policy can take place. Further, next slide please. In policy document 13.4, faculty will be given freedom. Now, why I have taken this, that though it is related to faculty, but then to prepare the curriculum, faculty will have to depend on the library and the information which will provide. Then to prepare the proper framework, we need to provide the information. Then textbook selection, reading material selection. I think the acquisition policy which we have, that has to be strengthened, and accordingly we should decide that what is to be taken, which is very important, which is current subject, and accordingly if we'll try and we will strengthen our acquisition policy, definitely that is going to help, and that will definitely give freedom to the faculty members. Continuous assignment and assessment, I think I have spoken on that assignments and assessment, that will be very helpful to find out how the child is growing and whether he is developing, or if a slow learner is there, then what care a faculty member needs to take, that decision also can be taken. Then empowering the faculty to conduct innovative teaching and research. This research part is very important. Innovative teaching, I think nowadays we have started that, but then faculty should be empowered for research also. So right from 9, 10, 11, 12, that research component should be inculcated in the students, and how that can happen, how research is taking place, that information also needs to be passed on. And again, I think the role of librarian becomes very important. Then to be a key monitor, then truly outstanding and creative work. I think all this empowering to the faculty members have been done, and they will definitely take advantage of this. And we librarians will definitely provide the suitable and reliable information to them for suitable and uplift curriculum development for them. The policy document in 21.9, it is talking about the inclusion of reading habits, that is again availability and accessibility of books. So this is very important. We all are aware that there is Making India Read. There's a YouTube channel by Mr. Deshmukh, Making India Read. I think this particular thing is very well expected, and the policy document suggests that reading habits should be inculcated right from the school age. And how that can be made possible through, now we have YouTube channels, we can read for them, we can give selective books for them, we can provide good information, the latest information, that is through current awareness, we can give them that. And if we'll provide that, I think that inculcating of reading habits can become very easy. And that is the main core area of the policy document. Then school, college, universities and public libraries should be strengthened and modernized to ensure that adequate supply of books. So now I think in future, no school, college, university, library there shall be a scarcity of funds, and the government or the policy document itself will say how the funding can be done for adequate supply of books, and how they can be made available to the information seekers or the students. Next slide, please. Policy document further is giving some importance to central and state government officials also, that books are to be made accessible, affordable to all set of the society, socially, economically diverse areas, and to all rural and remote areas also, to improve quality and attractiveness of books. I think this is very important feature which the policy document have suggested, that we, being librarian, also should play a key role. That why the book should be attractive. We have always have seen, if some particular book comes to us where the design, the cover page, if it is not proper, then we dislike that, and we don't we don't like to open such book. Or if the reading area, the space between two lines, if it is not properly designed, or if it is not properly kept, then also that books become very clumsy, and we feel to keep that book away. So the designing part also is being taken care of. Then enhance online accessibility of the library books. Presently in the pandemic situation, we have seen that there was a lot of scarcity, and the online books were not there. So everybody was asking on WhatsApp groups whether this particular book are there or not. And if one gets it, then it used to be circulated. So this online accessibility of the books is a policy document is taking care of. Then adequate library staff for vibrant libraries. I think this is very important feature which the policy document has thought of, that adequate library staff. Now, if you look at the libraries are always, librarians are always complaining that we have so many students and we have very less staff. But if we'll go properly, if you'll find out that the staffing pattern, it has been given proper weightage, but the colleges and the schools, they are not going by that staffing pattern, and somehow the librarian, the alone person, have to keep quiet and have to adjust with one or two persons which he get. But ultimately, that affects to the services of the library, which is expected in this.
Yogesh?
It has been muted. Okay. Then making wide available material in Indian languages, I think we have spoken. Then children's libraries and the mobile libraries is also taken care of. That especially since the policy document says that reading learning habits have to be inculcated right from the school age, so that children's books have been given more importance, and establishing social book clubs across India and across subjects. That is also a key area of this policy document. I think if we go by it, then it will not be a difficult task for all of us, to properly implement this national education policy, and the role of librarian becomes very important. I have a few observations to libraries and librarians. Yeah, sir, I'll stop in 2-3 minutes. I'll go fast. That libraries and librarians should look for enough and new reading material, convenient access and accessibility of resources. Then the teacher's role that we have already discussed. Then information in mother tongue and skill education, that also we have discussed. And I think the best part is, if we look at, then for smooth implementation, the librarians need to take care of all of this. And to conclude, I'll say the approach of the library and the librarian should be multidisciplinary. Role of the librarians and the library professionals in the NEP 2020 is expected to be multidisciplinary. He should be proactive. Need for proper interpretation, and if we'll interpret that how we are related to the new national education policy, I think that is going to help. Then library education, the syllabus has to be now framed as per the need which has been suggested in national education policy. Then LIS professional, lot of initiative and involvement and interpretation is required by librarians. Proactive library services, and I think if all of us follow that, all we library professionals follow that, then it will be easy for us, to really uplift the national education policy. I thank you for giving patient hearing. Before that, I'll just try to mention few names. I would like to mention here name of Professor Aniruddha Deshpande, who is from Pune. and who was there very actively involved while this policy document was making. And I still remember that I could get the opportunity to be a part of it. And while giving the suggestions to this, we have submitted to Professor Aniruddha Deshpande and Dr. Anil Kulkarni from Pune. He was very well there. And I think because of which I could get the opportunity to participate in the discussion of how this national education policy and how this entire stream has been coined and defined. I take this opportunity to thank Director Deshpande sir of IMCC and management of IMCC, Dr. Daivate sir, Chairman, Dr. S.K. Patil, and all the delegates, all the participants for attending this, though I have, I think, exceeded 10 minutes more. So I really sorry for that. I take this opportunity to thank Professor Dr. Meenal Oak for giving this opportunity and the support staff, Mr. Mukul and Mr. Yogesh, because we have been interacting when we have in the pandemic, as Dr. Daivate has mentioned, that in the pandemic we have conducted a lot of webinars, and that time one of the webinar we have conducted along with IMCC. So they were interacting with us. So thank you very much to all of them. Yesterday when I was listening to Dr. Nabi, that time he has praised Professor Dr. Meenal Oak, and he said that because of her this webinar could become possible. I'll go one step further and I'll say Meenal hai to mumkin hai, which she had made it possible through this 5 days online webinar. Thank you very much, sir.
It's a very good
Any questions? I'm there too.
It's a very good presentation, very analyze the policy of NEP. In detail, you have discussed all the points. And what we see that next speaker is already joining with us. So we will take all the question and answer for first and second session after the completion of the session. So I request Meenal to just welcome Dr. Mukul.
Hello, Professor Nasiruddin Mitul.
Yeah. Hello. Good
afternoon. Hi. Heartiest welcome to you to this virtual international development program for the 4th day to introduce your topic. And we all are aware with your excellent achievements as far as the administrative and LIS field is concerned. As a coordinator of this program and on behalf of MES IMCC, I welcome you heartily. And I hand over to Dr. Daivate sir for the further conduction. Over to you, Dr. Daivate.
Welcome, Professor and Dr. Muhammad Nasiruddin Mitul. We have met many times in the webinar, but I like to listen to you very much. I want to just introduce yourself. In brief, I read your biodata. It is extensively well. You have visited all over the globe and managed different projects. It's a very good opportunity to discuss with you, and we are very glad to listen to you on this occasion. I will just briefly introduce you. Dr. Mitul is presently Dean, School of Undergraduate Studies, and as a registrar, this is the additional charge given by the University of National University, Bangladesh. He is also head of the Department of LIS and advisor of Central Library of National University. He is editor of the National University Journal of Humanities, Social Sciences and Business Study. This is the journal they are bringing out, and he is the main editor of this, and he is editor since 2014, as well as he is the editor of the National University Newsletter, which are both the documents are very prominent, journal publications are very prominent, and he is heading this since 2014. He started his professional career from Department of Library and Information Science and Information Science and Management at Rajasthan University in 1997. I am very happy that you are belonging to our part sometimes back. And in 2000, he became the head of the Department of Library and Information Science and Management Sciences. He completed his PhD in 2011, and his topic of research was automation of public libraries of Bangladesh, a plan for development. This is very good document, and it is well discussed sometimes back by us also. And he submitted this to the Dhaka University, and he was awarded PhD for it. He has worked in various organizations. It is very difficult to state here. In his biodata, he has mentioned various departments of national reputation, and one of the few of them are UNDP, UNFPA, WTO, BFTI, MIDAS, that is MIDS, and many other international organizations. He worked as an information and communication consultant on different projects. He has undertaken different projects from these organizations, and he has completed, and he is busy in all such tasks since 2002. He is a recipient of IFLA ALP scholarship in 2000 and worked in different other countries, including Sri Lanka, and different universities. He worked for a period of 1 month, and he has submitted different research projects which were assigned to him during his scholarship period. He visited Boston, USA in 2001 as a US fellow. This is the prestigious fellowship he has got, and he joined IFLA conference at that same time. From 2011 to 2013, he was in London, and as well as conducted research training programs in the LIS profession. This is very creditable achievement by him. This is not the easiest task. He has spent nearly more than 3 years in teaching and research experience at different universities in London. He visited European countries on getting the research grants and presented many research reports and papers in different conferences. He is also a frequent visitor to India, other countries as well as India. Since he has started his career from India, he cannot forget India. So he is frequently flying to India. And from 2000 to 2019, he has continuously visited to different parts of India. And he has attended several conferences, and many of them like ICDL, NACLIN, etc. And he just taken part as a keynote speaker or a specialist lecture session associated with. He has published more than 80 papers in international and national journal of reputes, and in various international and national level seminars. Also awarded best research papers in many conferences and many publications. Especially noteworthy award was from the Sri Lankan University. He is a Senate and Academic Council member of National University Bangladesh, and during pandemic, he wrote many publications and newspaper articles for different issues, which was very much interested to him. With this brief introduction, I will ask Mitul to just go ahead and just share your views with the fourth IR, that is Indian Industrial Revolution, which is nothing but the use of different ICT and different upcoming technologies in our profession more effectively. It is a very interesting topic, and we are eager to listen to you very well. So thank you, Mitul.
Thank you so much. You have just mentioned elaborately, though I think it could be very short. I would be grateful because I already entered here since 20 minutes and listening our previous presenters. It was nice. And just
I will also further, I have to again further add, due to difficulties, you are still with us. That is our great.
No, it was my pleasure. I enjoyed a lot, and I am giving thanks to Professor Minal Lok and Bhavati. You have told about me a lot, though I'm not such a big person. I'm just a worker.
No, no,
small worker.
you feel like this.
I'm just working for the betterment of the profession, and I'm giving thanks to everybody for patient listening of my brief CV, not say brief CV, it's a comprehensive CV. So I'm going to my presentation, and before entering into my presentation, again, I am giving thanks to all of the participants, and I am paying your attention that please keep patience up to 40 to 45 minutes more. It will not take 1 hour more, I think. And the program we have finalized last week. And it's my pleasure that, yes, finally, I am here and I am just capable to say something to you. Thanks, Professor Minal, again, and thanks all the participants.
Thank you so much, and welcome again.
Thank you. Now, before entering into my presentation, just a bit I'd like to say about my whole presentation scenario. And this is all of your kind attention. This is right now we are living in fourth industrial revolution era. So who anybody can ask me a question that fourth industrial revolution has gone, or it still it exists, or it will come, where our situation is. It's the question. But we have to remember in our mind that yes, fourth industrial revolution is occurring. Sometimes we have just faced some sort of problem, and in this situation, what is the situation of our profession? Are we survive? Are we be able to fit with the challenges of fourth industrial revolution or not? It's a big question. It's not a big question to the professional. It's a big question to all. I think all professionals people regarding, not only library professionals, it's a question comes by every profession. So we have to remember that, yes, it's a challenge. And we many times loudly said that, yes, in this fourth industrial revolution, our profession, library profession will survive. We don't know about other profession, as we are keeping ourselves fit with the tech savviness, with the soft skill, with some skill-based jobs. That's why we will survive. That's why I think country to country a survey was occurred. What is the situation of the professional people in this fourth industrial revolution? Similar survey have been happened in Bangladesh. My presentation, I will reflect you the results of this survey, basically, especially on library professionals. Are we survive or not? It's the question. I think this presentation will give you a glimpse and will give you a good reflection about the answer of the challenges questions. So I am directly going to the presentation, and please, I am sharing my screen for all of you. If I am audible, just tell it to me. Can you see my presentation, Dr. Minal?
Yes, sir. Can you just make it a full screen and then we are ready to go?
It has been posted, I think. 1 second. Right now it's okay?
Yes, sir. Absolutely fine.
Thank you so much.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. So, sometimes you just give me the, affirmative or negative response. Otherwise, I will not understand that either I am in the link or not. Okay. So the title of my presentation is Knowledge, Attitude, and Practices Concerning Fourth Industrial Revolution. It's the CAP study. That we call it's the CAP study. And by this, we need to check our professionals, people, attitude, knowledge, and their practices. So this is a talk about Virtual International Development Program for the LIS professionals. And I'm really grateful to MES IMCCs, Pune, India, that this is not the first time. I think this probably may the third or fourth time I am giving my presentation. It is because of Minalok and some other relevant people over there who are inviting me for the presentation. So I'm going to my next slide. See, this is the content of my presentation. study at a glance background. I will skip some slides because here you will see more than 35 slides, but I will not discuss all of the slides. And I will just, it will be simply a storytelling method. I will tell you a story, overall my country's situation and similar situation, of course, in India as well, because frequently, I mean, my anchor said last time that frequently I'm visiting India and I have a lot of communications and resource sharing and networking with Indian professionals. So I know the situation of them. Of course, their situation is better than us, definitely, in terms of population, in terms of research, in terms of many things. But still, it is, I think if you see the scenario, then you will agree with me that yes, of course, we are in the same, under the benchmark line or above the benchmark line or something like this. So study at a glance background, list professionals in Bangladesh, rational objective research questions. These are the content. And you see, it's a CAP study, I told you earlier, to check the attitude, practices, and knowledge of our professional people. Otherwise, we cannot say that, yes, our people are scared for facing fourth industrial revolution. Our people are very much smart to face the fourth industrial revolution. Of course, when there will be a survey, there will be some data to prove the survey. So it is like that. We have proved ourselves. Where is our drawback? Where is our strength? It's a SWOT analysis or something like this. So, I mean, scientifically, it is proved that our situation is comply with our study. It's a both field and desk research that I made, and these professionals you see here should be considered as a vital knowledge force. We all know that our farmer, as many times we are telling us that Bangladesh or India, I don't know, India may not be, Bangladesh is a country of agriculture. So our farmer is treated as a vital economic force. So why not, if you would like to make a knowledge-based society, our professionals people, I mean the librarian will not be treated as a vital knowledge force. Of course, they must have to be treated like knowledge-based society's knowledge force. Otherwise, country's development will not go properly. So definitely, as they are creating knowledge-based society, that's why they must have to be treated as a, I mean, vital knowledge force. And data we have collected from different professional people and different organizations. And it's a small findings that I have proved in my last slides, that yet about knowledge, our list professionals regarding ICT is a little bit poor. People, it is, I will show you the reason. People who are senior most, I mean more than 30 or 35 years above, they are in the profession. They are scared enough to cope up with the technology. It's a big sort of problem to them. It's a psychological, it's their mindset problem, psychological problem we found in the study. Similar case I have also seen in India as well, but the people, they are now getting training, like I mean IMCCs, what they are arranging this sort of career counseling. And you guys, you all are here. I think not only you, I mean more than 50 above people should join in this program to change their lifestyle. Otherwise, it is difficult to cope up with the rapid technology, rapid changing technology. So this is true, this is fact that yes, our knowledge about ICT skill is a little bit poor. And the attitude, you know, it is because of mindset. To embrace the fourth industrial revolution to some extent is negative. This is also true. To some extent, their attitude is negative. They say that yes, what will happen if I don't adjust myself with this technology? But the COVID, you know, it has come with a big success, though it has taken so many lives, so many losses we have given, but it shown us the way of technology, how we have to depend ourselves on technology. The COVID is a great witness, I think. And during this time, the people who are suffered a lot psychologically, they have also supposed to use the technology. They're bound to use the technology because of lockdown, because of supply chain management, because of the scaredness of the corona virus. So this is fact. So they need proper training. And we also have found that yes, people need proper, what kind of training? Not all training. What kind of training they need, the study has suggested a lot, particularly 10 fields we have suggested that people needs to be skilled in this 10 discipline, 10 skill-based program. Otherwise, not only fourth industrial revolution, there may become another 5 industrial revolution, or there may become innovative industrial revolution. So who knows what will come the next? We need to keep ourselves ready for that. And I told you that yes, mindset is a big problem for transformation from manual to automation, manual to innovation. And we as a librarian, we as a library professional suffers a lot by this. I mean, the senior most people, the younger people, I think, who are coming right now in this profession, they are smart enough and they know how to cope up with the technology. In this study, we found that the people above 35, they are a little bit scared. And the study has extricated the clues and suggested necessary the things to be done. What should be done to cope up with the technology? I'm going to my next slide, you see. Yes. And what was the background of the study? Of course, there was a background, because without any reason, the study we did not, undertaken. Of course, there is study. I asked you the question. Many people ask us, if I don't embrace with technology, what problem will happen? Many study, I will show you the Oxford study report. I will show you the Klaus Schwab's report. Klaus Schwab's, the father of the fourth industrial revolution, we called him. So what they say, yes, those guys will survive who knows technology, who cope up with the technology, otherwise not. So you see in this slide, all time we are telling our government, our political people, they are saying that all the sectors are developing a lot, except education. It is completely controversial space, because all developments depends on education and knowledge. But our political leaders, in electricity minister, you see our jute minister, you see our food minister, they all said our ministry is okay, our everything is okay, our development is okay, but our education is going, the quality of the education is going down, down, down. It is a contradictory statement. Why, you see? Elton Helpman was a big sort of, famous economist who in 2004 said, productivity increases through the spread of education and knowledge, and there is no secret to economic development beyond that. There is no any secret of economic development beyond that. That yes, productivity increases through the spread of education and knowledge. When education and knowledge increases, productivity will be increased, development will be happening. But it is the mystery of the economy. Either anybody confesses or not, but this is the true fact. This is the fact. So, library is inbuilt in education and knowledge as living apparatus. See our situation where we are. If you are telling knowledge and education is the main factor for developing, for increasing productivity, so you have to take into account the library and the librarian profession. It's a correlated. You cannot disconnect it from one another, because library is inbuilt in education and knowledge that is living apparatus. And we know that library is a living apparatus which preserves all the information of the past for the use of the present generation, and that creates a good link between the past and present generation for the utilization of the information for future generation. So library is the witness of the all sorts of civilization, all sorts of, development. So it is inbuilt. So we should not disagree that library is not a matter. Of course, we have to agree. Library profession is a matter. If we confess, if we believe that education is a matter. And what is our situation? You see, CODP. It's a common word, C for collection, O for organization, D for dissemination, and P for preservation are the main functions of the library. It's a traditional way. Traditional people always think that yes, as I am getting this job, or as I am here, so I have to do four main jobs. I mean, collection, organization, dissemination, and preservation. But the service pattern have been changed totally. Of course, this four is pertinent. This four is absolute, no doubt, but should be done through technology, by the application of technology. I mean, regarding collection, you have to use some technology. You have to collect some sources. You have to collect some publishers, etc., etc. And for organization, you cannot go to a single step without technology for organizing library materials, cataloging, classification. I mean, Mark 21 or something like this. Everything is needed. Koha, DSpace, everything is needed for this. Similarly, I mean, collection, organization, dissemination. Dissemination is also part of technology. So we have to think that yes, if we believe that this fourth job is the prime responsibility of a librarian, should be done technological, not manual. That days has gone away. But problem is, library with physical boundary does not work well. Still, our people confined within a boundary, providing the services, and they think that people will come, I will keep the book on the acquisition section, I will keep it on the circulation, and after reading, I will keep in the same desk. It's my responsibility. It's the perception of the other professional people. They always think something wrong. They always think something submissive to our profession. But we have proved ourselves that yes, we are the part and parcel of all sorts of development. So you see, fourth industrial revolution, access to knowledge in a digital space increasing day by day. And for your information here, you see, first industrial revolution was steam engine. Second industrial revolution was electricity. Third industrial revolution was, I mean, internet, a computer and internet, you see. And fourth industrial revolution is right now cyber, physical, and biological combination. So these three, except four, you see, first, second, third, these three industrial revolution substituted human. Just listen carefully. These three industrial revolution, excuse me. These three industrial revolution substituted human, but only the fourth industrial revolution substituted human brain. This is the major differences. That's why we are scared that yes, it will reduce the people. And you see, I'm going to my next slide. Where the concept has come. Fourth industrial revolution. I told you earlier that yes, Klaus Schwab in 2016 clearly mentioned that a technological revolution that is blurring the lines, between three that I mentioned, physical, digital, and biological spheres. And what is the meaning of physical? What inbuilt in physical, you see? In physical, intelligent robots, autonomous drones, driverless cars, 3D printing, smart scanners. These are the physical ingredients. And what are the digital? Of course, IoT, I mean, Internet of Things, digital services, data analytics. These are the digital things. And what are the biological? I mean, synthetic biology, individual genetic makeup, etc., etc. So we can give you an example that genome sequence right now is a big example. What is genome sequence? Every time during Corona, we depend on this result of genome sequence. What is genome sequence? You know, just to let you know that genome sequence, I mean, earlier, $1 billion was spent for just doing this test, I mean, genome sequence of the human body. But right now, you know, it is happening within hours by dint of $1,000. And many, many things, I mean, that Corona is coming to the, as a pandemic, we are doing their genome sequences and just fix up our precautions. What will be the precautions? And I mean, science has already own because they have already invented the vaccine as well. So genome sequence is a issue, is a big example of the, fourth industrial revolution, where the innovation takes place in the cyber physical space, which is extensively known as fourth industrial revolution or industry 4.0. It is an example, cyber physical and biological. And to let you know that yes, fourth industrial revolution in Western world, they have co-opted in their curriculum, in their primary level education. They have just incorporated this, but as of today, we are far behind from this. But it is true that we are going to that way of the Western world or of the European countries, because otherwise we cannot survive. And what is the main things of fourth industrial revolution? The artificial intelligence, robotics, IoT, cognitive computing, cloud computing, 5G, quantum computing, precision agriculture, smart farming, biotechnology, and nanotechnology. These are the heart of the fourth industrial revolution. So this is a bit concept, because before survey of our people, we have to give them a good concept, clear concept about fourth industrial revolution. Otherwise, it is impossible to bring the proper answer from them. That's why we have given them this sort of PowerPoint presentation. Right now, you see, anybody can ask me, what is the relation between fourth industrial revolution and library science or library and information professional? Because you are not a people from computer science, you are not a people from nanotechnology, from artificial intelligence, you are not a people from drone, robotics. So why it's needed to you? It's a common question. But we have some good reasons for it, you see. First reason is, as a librarian, we have to be encyclopedic in mind. Of course, in our theory and practice, we believe so. We have to know everything. It is impossible to know everything, but we have to have a knowledge how to handle the technology. Any rapid changing technology that are coming, we have to know. Otherwise, it's difficult to handle, to handle with the people. If you believe that our prime motto is to create the satisfaction of the user level, user is using this sort of technology, but why not you? And library is the most important area where all sorts of technology will be displayed, will be will be used, and that is a good stage, that is a good platform, because we need to cope up all of the technology. Only one slide I have just tried to show you that is how library and librarians are surrounded by the disrupted technology. Disrupted technology means, you see, today what is suitable, tomorrow that is obsolete. Yesterday what was good, today that is obsolete, tomorrow that will, another one will come. Every time it's frequently changing. There is a good example, we are not using Kodak film, we are not using floppy disk, we are not using VCR, we are not using many things. Camera as well, you see, all the things are obsolete. So we have to ready to the upcoming technology. What's coming next? What's next? So only the library and the library professional, it is such a profession that must have to know the rapid changing technology, and the training can make it possible. And keeping up to date, we can survive by this situation. I am going to the next slide, you see. This will be the scenario of our future library. Of course, we are telling about hybrid, but drop the issue of the hybrid libraries. You see, there will not be any people over there. I am just skipping some slides, future of a library. Here and there, it will be a library. Many people ask me a question that, sir, as Google replaced everything, do you believe that Google replaced the library as well? It's a common question, but our answer is simply no, because in COVID-19, we are the eyewitness that yes, Zoom or Google Meet or online class cannot take the place of the face-to-face class yet. Government, policymakers, everywhere they tried a lot to work face-to-face class as a replica of online classes. Online classes will work as a replica of face-to-face classes, but it's quite impossible. After pandemic, we have returned back. Of course, there will be a blended method. There will be a blended method, but online class or Google cannot be the replica of the library. Online class cannot be the replica of the face-to-face class. It's a supplementary or complementary, not, I mean, occupied the whole, because in the class, still, we are missing the chemistry of the teacher and students as a teacher, and our body language as well. I know you are the most experienced people here. You know the reality that it is impossible. It is for the time being of the pandemic, not for the long time. But of course, there are also some benefit as well by this sort of Zoom. I'm here because I'm not going to Pune physically to go over there, and Minal has to use thousands of rupees for airfare, for something, for accommodation, food, etc., etc. But all the things are right now can be done through Zoom very easily. This, I mean, opportunities we are getting, but that's not the all. So the library may be everywhere. We have to be ready for that. You see, features of a future library is the same. Library everywhere that I told you earlier. And what will be the way? You know best. You have many experience on it. I'm skipping some slides, and I told you earlier that COVID-19 has shown us the way how to use the technology up to the mark. So pandemic made our home as an office, classroom, IT lab, digital studio, many things. It is true, it is fact. And to let you know that yes, during COVID, as a dean of the National University, I did not explain about my university to you. We have 3.5 million students in Bangladesh. I mean 35 lakh students right now in my university. And I am the dean of that university. We have 3 deans over there. So we are totally handling all of our students, I mean last 2 years through online. And I was a national coordinator to conduct 17,000 video lectures. I mean during COVID-19. I worked over there, and that all are now in online. So the teacher whose mindset was that he's not capable to prepare his pedagogy, to prepare his classroom, digital studio, he doesn't know how to use a smartphone, even he doesn't know how to use Facebook. His or her daughter, being a student of class 3 or 4, taught him how to use Facebook. They bound to do it because we have given this order mandatorily that as a teacher, you have to give the lectures for 30 minutes of your topic. And we have concise and precise our, I mean, schedule, syllabus, and everyone has given the lecture. So it's the demand of the time. No way. I mean, we were the great witness that people have their own can-do attitude. People can do anything if they desire. They have their can-do attitude. But they have some little bit inertia. That's why they don't want to use it. We need to change their mindset. And COVID has already did it. So you see, I told you earlier that online class is now as the replica of the face-to-face class, but for a long time it will not happen. Those students and teachers are missing the chemistry, mindset of that, all the things I already told. So what will be the situation if you see if COVID-19 doesn't remove from the world since long? You see, we have to start our blended learning method. So still I am just on the understanding level. I did not enter into my survey. I am going there. COVID-19 impact of Bangladesh job market. You see our people, I mean more than 20 lakhs people have lost their job, I mean hard skills in these 11 sectors. I mentioned the sectors, I would like to skip it. In 11 sectors, you see more than 20 million people became jobless in 2020, and the number is increased in 2021. And on the other hand, you see 8 million jobs has been created. And our position, our library position is here, you see. Our position is here. So healthcare, you see 2 million, creative media, pharmaceuticals, agro-based, ICT, e-commerce. Yeah, in these sectors, I mean five sectors, soft skill, 8 million jobs have been created. So it's where is our position? I'm going over there. You see, COVID-19 impact to higher education. I told you earlier that yes, it is the scenario of the Bangladesh. And during that, we also have shown our user that how IFLA has come forward during pandemic situation as the international core organization of the library professionals. It's a just, I mean, confessing their good activities, how they have played role during them. I'm skipping the slide. You see our scenario. I mean, you have to match your situation with this. I just mentioned here the Bangladeshi scenario. Our preparation, our position regarding fourth industrial revolution. You see, we already have started 5G. It has already been launched. Our third submarine cable in 2023, it has already also been set up. 39 high-tech parks we established. I mean, all sorts of preparation we have finished for facing the fourth industrial revolution. And the training on cloud server, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence have been launched. And for your information, our government has changed total educational approach from, I mean, general education to skill-based education. From this year, they have launched 10 main skill-based program in all of our honors degree and master's level. And for your information, as a dean, I am also working there as a national consultant, as a national coordinator. I am so lucky to work with that. We already started digital marketing, ICT, language, entrepreneurship, farming technology. We already started capital markets investments. We already started supply chain management. We already started, I mean, business and technician accountant, etc., etc. So these are the approach. We will provide diploma, we will provide short course, we will provide many things. And in honors and masters as well, it will be built. So it's needed to cope up with the fourth industrial revolution. But the scenario of the library in Bangladesh is not good, you see. This is very deplorable and this is very disappointing. You see, this is, I mean, totally 40,000 professional people are working in more than 1,600, 2,000, I mean 1,600 above libraries we have, except NGO's library. So it is not a big size in terms of population because we have 16 crore above population. But the profession is still marginalized. People think marginalized in terms of, I mean, other people sense, but not the sense of the government, not the sense of the policymakers. They have taken us into their account as a very, very, I mean, knowledge force body. So you see, what is the situation about library education in Bangladesh? This slide will show you a glimpse. I mean, no significant development happened last 50 years, but only 10 years, last 10 years, you see the significant development happened. As long as our existing Prime Minister declared that she will not provide affiliation to any of the educational institution or academy if they don't have any library or a professional librarian. This announcement has come into light in 2012, you see. Existing Prime Minister, she could realize she is the daughter of our father of nation who brought independence fighting against Pakistan after 9 months in Bangladesh in 1971. So you Indian people, our very, very closest neighbor, closest brother who has helped us a lot for getting our independence. I think you know the history. Without your support, I on record mention it very clearly that without your support, it was really, really, really tough to achieve our independence. Your country, I mean Indira Gandhi, who has given more than 10 million people shelters by giving them food, etc. in 1971. So it's a big history. I will request all of you to know the history of Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh. I mean, earlier it was India, then it was India and Pakistan, then it was India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. Then I think you will be able to know the history. Bangabandhu is the greatest man in all times in Bangladesh, who brought independence regarding independence fighting against Pakistan. So during his daughter right now is in power. She declared that yes, if you would like to take affiliation from me as an educational institution, I will not give that until or unless if you have a library or a librarian. So this announcement brought a lot of changes, very smart people who are not willing to come earlier. I mean, the people who come here by a chance, not by choice, they have just changed their decision. They are coming right now by choice, not by chance. This is fact. And that's why last 10 years, the development, happened a lot. And right now we have 4 public, 3 private, 1 international university, including 10 colleges and 34 diploma institutions. So 28,500 jobs have been created, and our supply side is very poor right now. But because we don't have that much institution, it is difficult to supply much people at a time. So justification of this study, you see, Oxford International report in 2019 said they have surveyed on 700 occupations globally and clearly mentioned that 30 professions have 99% chance to be automated. I mean, that professional people will lose their job. And our position is 11 of that, you see. I mean, out of 700 occupations, 30 profession will be automated. I mean, they will lose their job totally. And our position is over there in 11, library technician. So this message is very much, scaredness to all of our professions that how library technicians lose their job and what will happen in future. Does the 4th industrial revolution pose an existential threat to library information science professionals? Of course, it is a threat to us. You see the example, Amazon Library Management. They are managing from collection to preservation, all sorts of activities. Earlier I mentioned CODP, collection, organization, dissemination, preservation, all sorts of activities they are managing by a robot, where they employed more than 100 people. Only 1 robot is capable to work over there. The 199 people have been became jobless by this. So this is the scenario. And Apple, Apple already has started this using artificial intelligence, robot, and many other giants, technology organizations, especially the metaverse, they are just working on it to replace the human body. But it is also true that yes, the skilled person will be survived, because for operating the robot, behind the person should be trained first. Otherwise, it is difficult to operate. So who will survive? We can see the answer here. You see, these all sorts of learning we have given to our professionals. Right now, we are returning back to our study. Excuse me. The main objective of this study is, I told you, to verify their knowledge, attitude, and practices concerning 4th industrial revolution. And by achieving this, there were also some sub-objectives. Why LIS professionals are apprehensive for embracing the challenges of the 4th tier, and determine the knowledge and attitude of the LIS professionals about 4th tier in Bangladesh. Ascertain their knowledge about ICT skills that I told you earlier, that what kind of training they need, and find out the best combination of ICT skills which will help LIS professionals to survive even in the disruptive situation. It's a survey, you see, it's a table. Before entering into this survey, we fix up a research question. You see, research question was, what are the level of knowledge of the LIS professionals about 4th tier? Do they have any positive attitude to embrace the latest technology? What kind of soft skills do they require for facing the challenges of the 4th tier? And what kind of supports, training they require to survive in the 4th industrial revolution? We have fixed up our methodology as well. So I told you that both desk and field research we finished. Structured questionnaire we did. Its population was 500, of which 340 received. We received the response, and it was 68%. You see, public libraries and special libraries, academic libraries, especially honors college libraries. Thus we fix up 340 colleges. And findings of this survey, you see, this is the survey, and we also have seen that women preferred this profession mainly, and we also appreciate that, yes, percentage distribution of this professionals by gender. You see the ratio percentage distribution of the LIS professionals by age. Here you will see that more than 30 years above people, they are the larger number of people. That's why psychologically they are a little bit scared to cope up with the technology. And work experience, you see 0 to 5 years, this is 21%. Above 5 years, more experienced, that is 78%. So it reveals that higher number of these professionals have been working for more than 5 years. And this does that I will not explain. What are the levels of knowledge? We have given them variables indicators there to identify their knowledge, and what knowledge about fourth tier technological technologies, awareness about existence of digitization technologies, awareness, these sort of indicators and variables we have given to them, and they replied and such their answer I will give you in the next slide. I'm going. Second question was, for your information, we have fixed up 4 questions. 4 questions we have fixed up for getting 4 answers. So question number 1 was to knowledge check. Question number 2 was their attitude check. So this for checking their attitude, we have asked them to cope up with the changing technology, keep pace with the transformation from traditional to innovative library service, to be proactive of users' technological supports, capable to provide high-tech library, etc., etc. So the study reveals this. At the next slide, I am giving you an explanation. Question number 3 was what kinds of soft skill they prefer to face the challenges. They prefer. It has come from them. They prefer, but our study has prescribed them, analyzing their and our suggestions as well. Combination of the two, we have suggested them. So that has come in the next slide. What kinds of soft skill they prefer to face the challenges of the, they said that yes, they need soft skills training, computer literacy skill, library software training, new service innovation skill, automated skill, management skill, library service. This sort of they have said, but we prescribed them. We told them that yes, if this training we are providing you, would it be benefited or not? This is training required by these professionals, the adaptability, tech savviness, creativity, data literacy, digital skills, leadership, emotional intelligence. This is needed because people are getting jobless. So they need some counseling, they need some training, otherwise they will be committed to the suicide or something like this. So to protect it, emotional intelligence now is a big terminology to be resilient to the people in the profession and commit to a lifelong learning. We also offered them, and you see this 8 training we have offered them, but the study results, I'm just I already arrived at the end of my presentation, but still there are a few. So study results, you see, these professions in Bangladesh attracts, I told you earlier, that more female members than male, which is very interesting. Not interesting, it is true. I have seen in Europe and America as well, that is, female people or female always think that there is a good security of job over there. Even if they're getting some good challenging jobs, they prefer to work in a library. It is fact. So similar findings we also found here. And the middle-aged people are higher in number who works in libraries of Bangladesh. middle-aged people. I mean, that's why the problem happened. If I mean younger age or underage people are here, then I think they will be, at least they could capable to manage all sorts of technology, or they have their mindset as well. And experienced people are higher in number who works in libraries more than 5 years. Experience in terms of manual, not in terms of digital. The level of knowledge of the LIS professionals regarding fourth year is low to some extent. This is the result of the first question about their knowledge. And the second one is none of them shows negative attitude. It is a good sign. But you know, we have seen many other professionals study report that they're not interested at all. Even they have shown some negative attitude. No, 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 we did not this. Right now I am age of 60, so as a senior citizen, 65, why should I need it? You just go to my son and try to teach him. They're telling it. But in our profession, everybody confesses, everybody agree that yes, we need it. They did not show us any negative attitude. And they said that what kind of training you are providing for the benefit of the fourth industrial revolution, that we will accept. So you see, negative attitude we did not find. And regarding soft skill, library professionals agree. It is also a good sign, but they don't have that pedagogy. They don't have that curriculum. They don't have that, I mean, in government sectors, at the same time in private sectors as well. People are providing training to the labor. People are getting training to the mid-level people, I mean, managerial positions level people in factory. But the librarian, they don't think for providing training to them. But right now, you know, we have found a lot of, we have shown our government a lot of fields that yes, if you change this institute, automatically its development will be happened. So government agree, and that's why just before 3 months, government has declared all of the library professionals as a teacher. I mean, school librarian, they have declared that they will be the teacher. And our designation, I mean, school librarian designation is now school librarian teacher or teacher librarian. So it's, they have given them a good status, very good status. That's why, I mean, our people become very, very happy. And as we are working at the policy level, I am so fortunate that I am working with the government in a very, very closely, even our education minister as well. So it's an opportunity to brief her our need, our strategy, our plan. So she is convinced. That's why not only me, we have a lot of platforms. I mean, Library Association of Bangladesh and many other organizations. They are just pushing all of the governments, our policymakers, that yes, we need to change our profession for establishing knowledge-based society. So it's needed. And people agree that they need training on adaptability, safe-tech-savviness, creativity that I mentioned earlier. So recent achievement that I told you earlier that yes, around 16,000 assistant librarian working in the MPO registered secondary schools got teacher status. It's a good sign. And to make it, you know, we have also given some examples of India as well. In some areas of India, they are getting a good status. We have the documents we have provided to our government and Sri Lanka as well. So it's work as a case study. That's why they have changed their mind. And right now, our librarian is not submissive in his position in the school level or college level. It's okay. They are getting class 1 status or something like this. But at school level, it was a big sort of problem for 16,000 teachers. They were getting submissive, I mean, oppressed, suppressed, and replaced by the school teacher because they cannot attend in a meeting. They cannot sit together. They have individual attendance sheet and something like this. Always they are feeling submissive. But right now, giving the status of the government, it's okay. This problem has been resolved. So a similar case, you see more than 30,000 ports. I told you earlier that our existing Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, Her Excellency, she announced that anyone comes to her for affiliation, she said, okay, do you have a library? Okay, then come with me as a good library professional people. I will give you the affiliation. That's why people are coming here. And the study offers some suggestions. There should be exclusive budgetary provision. You know, it's a big problem. Status of this profession, it is still a problem. it is still, we are fighting against it. The library authority should adopt new technologies and the staffs must be trained up. All libraries should be automated. Or manual libraries still we have, especially in school level. And you see things to be done and integrated network should be formed. For your information, we have designed a master plan on national blended education policy. So of which, I mean, our education, primary education, secondary education, all are inbuilt in it. So countrywide infrastructure have been prepared for internet or something like the electricity or internet. It's working well. And orientation of new users should be made a regular exercise. Countrywide library education must be launched. This is the problem, you know. UGC here, who are occupying the position, they are unable to understand its need. We try to open it university to university, college to college, and to let you know my personal contribution on record, I am telling that I have opened this in 2 public universities in my own effort, by my own effort. Where I'm working in National University, they have started library and information science profession by me, taking me here. I have a diploma, I have a master's degree, I have in my university, we are providing this sort of degree. And we also have, through my personal effort, Noakhali Science and Technology University, that is a big sort of science and technology university. They have just launched an Institute of Information Studies. That also been happened by my personal effort. So we are pushing the government every time that it's needed. But who are opening this, they are benefited enough because commercially, you know, students are coming and a huge number of diploma students are coming here. So they are getting a good amount of money over there. And it is, of course, in terms of quality, they are providing a good degree as well. But except government, private organizations are fond of to take this, open this subject. This is bad instance because private organizations, they don't have any liabilities. We are trying to push it to the government organizations, government universities. So it's a struggle that we are doing every time. And their grade, rank, and level should be fixed up for resisting discrimination. This problem prevails in India as well, you know, recruiting these professionals at all the back-end position. And you see, I'm at the end of my slides. So what will be our new role? Of course, our new role will be, you see, in line with the past, in line with the future, and honor the past and create the future. It's the speech by Gorman Michael, our a singular strength, you see. Another one, my next slide is role of librarians. It's for all, even in India or in Europe or everywhere in the globe. It's for all, I think, needed. Without this, we cannot be resilient. We cannot be, win. We cannot be own in the fourth industrial revolution struggle. Role of librarian in fourth, what is the role? Providing quality learning spaces. We have to keep some space for providing quality learning and creating metadata that we are doing. Right now we are doing. The librarians should have a knowledge on creating metadata. Of our virtual reference service in COVID-19, of course, higher study library, they have provided these services. Even in the school libraries as well, they have provided these services. So it's a part and parcel. And teach information literacy. This is very much needed by a librarian. He must have to know the information literacy, selecting resources and managing licenses. Of course, this is also especially for online materials. We have to be accountable. We have to be transparent, and collecting and digitizing archival materials as well. As a librarian, we have to know the knowledge about this, maintaining digital repositories. I told you earlier that we prepare as a dean of the National University, 17,500 videos we have prepared during COVID, that we have created a good repository over there. And we have to provide help in any research, who comes to me or who doesn't come to me, proactively or on demand basis. We have to provide the services and measuring research output as well. we have to measure the research output as well, because university researchers are always fond of and they are very much crazy to fix up their ranking. I mean, they are fixing them either in a good ranking in Asia or good ranking in India or good ranking in Bangladesh, etc., etc. Librarian can help them collecting this sort of data in their research. So they have to have that knowledge. And you see a story, I mean, it's a jokes. Just to let you know that it's a jokes. The last slide, it's a joke. Why? The people should know the technology. I mean, senior people should know the technology. I mean, many of you know, or many of you may familiar with the jokes. I'm just telling you finally a joke to all of you to why we need to learn technology in this age. You see here, in a high-tech society, it's a conversation between daughter and father. Excuse me. It's a conversation between daughter and father. Father lives in a very remote rural areas and daughter lives in Canada. I mean, she studied over there. She got a scholarship and went over there. She phoned her father and said, "Dad, I have fallen in love with a boy who is so cute. He is so far away from me. I am in University of Colombo and she is in MIT. Chile, the boy, I mean boyfriend, stay in USA and she stayed in University of Colombo." So she's just telling to her father that we became friends on Facebook, talk on WhatsApp, finally saw each other on Skype. He proposed me on Viber. So these apps she mentioned to her father, and she hoped that father will say yes or not only. Rather than this, he will not be able to ask anything, because as father stay in a very remote rural areas, so answer will be like this. But father replied, okay, mom, I suggest you to get married on Twitter, have fun on Tango, get your kids from eBay, deliver them through Dropbox, and oh yes, if you get tired on him, Dawa, sell him on OLX. I mean, daughter used 4 apps, father used more than 5 apps here, you see. So why it's needed, you see, if so much has changed in our society and institutions, why should we, the librarian, will not be changed? This is the question to all of you. That's why our senior people need to be changed their mindset that yes, for our daughter, for our kids, for our upcoming generation, we have to prepare. And that's all from my side. I think you can catch me here. I have my own website. If you have any question, you can also keep the question here. I'm showing you also my website here, and where I think you will get so many articles, and so not so many. I'm just working. I'm a small worker. I told you earlier that I'm a small worker here. So that's all from my side. Minal, are you there? Thank you very much for patient listening. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Indeed, wonderful. It's so wonderful. Let first Dahibate sir give you the remark, then it's over to you, sir.
But Minal, I was a little bit, tired. Devati, for your information.
Yeah, I can understand. And actually, thank you so much. In spite of the difficulty at your end, you joined this session. And really, that's so wonderful. And it shows your dedication towards the profession and commitment that once you agreed, you definitely make it a point to attend the same. So really, thank you so much. And that avoided my preparation actually for the session. So thank you so much for that. And there are actually 2-3 questions, but I think Jay has already joined. So let Daibate sir decide. Then we can conduct the QA at last. So
I think this is better.
Yeah. So we'll
Because
do
we
that.
will take all the QA at the end and we'll
Right.
sum at the end also.
Right. Yes. So we'll continue with Jay. Jay, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you,
Heartiest
Jay.
welcome, Jay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very
Thank
good
you.
morning at your end.
Thank you, and very good evening
at
to you
our
all
place.
there.
Yes.
So we are very happy to meet you on this occasion. And I am also happy to introduce you on this platform. I think you are joining 2-3 times here, so many of us, we know you. But as a formality, I have to introduce you. And while introducing you, I will find great difficulty how I can introduce you. Biodata and all these things. Too much activities you are involved. So in brief, I am narrating them. So Dr. Jai Bhatt is a engineering librarian, and first time I am just getting in front of all of us that subject librarian is coming out who has a 4 master's degree in different subject, including LIS. It is a unique, it's a very unique combination, and I will just introduce from this point of view. He is working at Drexel University Libraries, group of libraries, Philadelphia, USA. Though he is born in India, Surat in Gujarat, but he is now well settled in USA, Philadelphia. He has completed his MS in LIS, that is Library and Information Science. He is expertise and he has completed his MS in Instructional Design, MS in Electrical and Computer Engineering, and MS in Education. So all the degrees, no doubt, you are versatile librarian in this profession, and we just eager to just listen to your speech. His major areas of interest are collection development in engineering, e-resource collection development, outreach services to the faculty and the student, teaching information searching skills to faculty and student of engineering, scholarly communication, etc. These are the prominent areas where he is very much working. He is involved in different engineering libraries, division of American Society for Engineering Education. He involved in different national and international conferences, meets, and delivered keynote speeches and special talks on different subjects, which are mostly related to our field of LIS, as well as the different discipline in the engineering faculty also. He is a recipient of many prestigious awards. Almost many awards are coming out, and these awards, if I will list it, then it will take more time, but few of them best awards are Homer Baran Distinguished Service Award from Engineering Libraries, Division of American Society for Engineering Education in 2010. He was nominated for the Presidential Award for Excellence of Professional Staff in 2016, Outstanding Staff Award in 2016 again, Exceptional Services Award from Drexel University Libraries 2014, Learning Partner Award from School of Biomedical Engineering Science and Health System in 2014, Outstanding Staff Mentor Award from Graduate Student Association of Drexel University. IEEE is Mentorship Award and Certificate of Appreciation in recognition of outstanding leadership in the profession. Then Harold Myers Distinguished Service Award from Drexel University in 2003. These are the very prestigious award due to his very well background of the professional librarian, subject librarianship he has achieved. He has nearly 31 years of experience. He is dedicated information professional and provide different LIS services to researcher using ICT, social media tools, etc. And all the latest technology he is using for delivering different projects. He is passionate about academic and research integrity, open access, open data, and open educational resources, especially in the engineering field. Dr. Jai is active member of several special library association, and to specially mention is SLA, that is Special Library Association. We all are lucky to get his valuable thoughts on today's topic, OER and OAR. So thank you very much, Dr. Bhatt, for accepting this invitation and ready to deliver your speech. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Daibate sir. I really am really humbled to hear all this appreciation coming from your prestigious mind. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you so much on behalf of MES IMCC and on my personal level, because I know on the SLA front how much you are busy at present. And in spite of your current schedule, whatever you have completed in the month of Feb, at the end you pulled it. We have discussed for so many times regarding that. And it's really wonderful to discuss with you regarding the SLA sessions and SLA happenings. And it's really wonderful. In spite of that, you are joining here today. So hearty welcome once again, and all are eager to listen to you only. Over to you, Jay.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen so that we can share my slides. Okay, everybody is able to see my slides now?
Yeah, comfortably.
Perfect. Open educational resources and open access research in interdisciplinary areas. And this is one of my favorite topics, especially all we have seen in the last couple of years. The need to access information in online environment has increased because of lockout and lockdowns and other things. And more and more e-resources are coming up in the open access platform. And we are going to highlight some of this today, starting with the definition of open education, which encompasses resources, tools, and practices that are free of legal, financial, and technical barriers and can be fully used, shared, and adapted in the digital environment. And the foundation of open education resources, teaching, and what are the basics foundation, right? So you're teaching, you're learning, you're providing research resources that are free of cost and access barriers, which are also carry legal permission for open use. And in my slides, you will see this is a link, so you can be able to access that. And I hope you can share this presentation to everybody who is attending this session. I think that will be useful for everyone. One thing also we need to mention here is it's not just open education resources, but we are also looking at quality, authentic, genuine resources. So that is critically important as well. So we are going to be briefly also talking about open access journals and scientific journals, and so many societies and publishers are coming up with some ways to provide open access in a scientific literature. And Spark has a definition on that website. And some examples of open education resources that you may have already heard about or you have seen it uh, uh, are books, lectures, courses, online courses, free online courses, open textbooks, open access articles. I'm also going to briefly touch base with preprints later on in my talk, which is an important evolution the last couple of years. It started many years ago, but last 2 years we have seen preprints in various other disciplines, including engineering as well. Images, data sets, software, simulations, and educational videos. If you're looking at STEM disciplines, one thing I really want to mention is we talk about science, technology, engineering, medicine, STEM disciplines. But what is happening in today's world is all disciplines are becoming interdisciplinary in nature. So we have STEM experts who are also working in collaboration with psychologists and even medicine and business to come up with projects that require integration of all these different tools. We have fashion designers in our university who are working with material scientists, materials engineers to design smart cloth, smart textiles, right? So these are new things that are happening in the last few years, and this trend for interdisciplinary research is going to grow and continue to evolve, especially if you look at funding situations, grants, opportunities here and in many other countries, which is provided mainly, or at least plays a big role in getting that grant, is how interdisciplinary your research is, how many team members you're working together, how global partnership is evolving, and collaboration. So what that means is very important for everyone to think about learning about those different subjects, even though they are not your primary areas. So that is very important, and I strongly encourage you to think about this and develop a respect for other subjects in the process. Cost of textbooks and increasing rapidly, resulting in financially overburdened students. Even in the US and many countries, these textbooks are quite expensive and many students are not able to afford those textbooks. So how do we provide or encourage our faculty members, our scholars to think about when they're writing a textbook, think about publishing in an open textbook platform. And there's ways to obtain grants and other opportunities to do that, but it is quite challenging, I agree, but that can be very useful for students who cannot afford buying expensive textbooks. So the presentation highlights ways in which educational institutions can develop and implement mechanisms and help students in this endeavor. And as you probably have also seen that online course management systems have really improved and evolved. And during the COVID days, many of you have experienced probably those online course management systems where professors can really add those resources and students can access those from anywhere. And those open educational resources can be integrated into course management systems, allowing students and faculty members and to interact and engage with each other in online platform, while they're also able to access quality books. And the advantage of course management system also is that they have collaborative platforms within the system. So students are working on a team project, they can collaborate among themselves. As I mentioned earlier, a need for collaboration is going up and it is continuously going to evolve, and therefore students still need to develop how to develop effective communication and teamwork skills. I think this can be another topic of presentation later on, maybe this year or next year, to highlight ways in which collaboration can be fostered, teamwork can be fostered. And finally, I will also touch with some of the electronic book collections, which of course are subscribed by the libraries, But for students, that is all free, because you just go to the library website, access an electronic database, electronic book that the university has made available for them. And for them, it is free, right? So that is something we can highlight. So university subscriptions can be highlighted there briefly. So some of the questions we will try to answer in this session. How do we motivate faculty members to use open educational resources in their courses to help students in saving costs? What are some ways in which librarians educate faculty members about these resources? As we saw earlier, teaching and information literacy skills is important, and it is not just for students, but also for faculty members and researchers as well. How do we inspire them in contributing towards their own OER resources, open textbooks, open access articles? And how about preprints? Can they assist new researchers and students in improving scholarly contributions in journals? And preprints are in all disciplines. It's not just science and technology disciplines. You will see social sciences and other disciplines as well. We have created this open educational resources library guide, and the link to this guide can be accessed from right here. And we will be updating and evolving this guide very soon. So as new content will be added, and like any other library guide, very important for us and everyone to keep current with library guides. So every Drexel student pays about $1,700 for books and supplies each year. So it's quite expensive for students as well. So we need to think about how we can help students in that same. Open educational resources, including open textbooks, provide one way to reduce overall cost. But how do we find them? Where are they available? And how do we integrate all of this in one place so that students can find it very easily and discover them? As I mentioned, they can be of any different forms, could be videos, could be assignments, education, learning objects, and so on. And they should be freely able to copy, adapt, and share them because of an open license and public domain status. Copy doesn't mean that you should not give credit. You must give credit to the source of information. But there are some ways you can use them if it is in open platform. So this is the section of our library guide that we have created. So the link that I shared with you, if you click on that link, you will see a section on where to find OER. And there's some ways, some of the sources are highlighted, like open textbook library and OpenStax and LibreText and a lot. And we'll see some of these example in different areas. So if you look at LibreText, it has learning materials in chemistry, in biology, in geoscience, math, physics, engineering, business, medicine, humanities, all subject areas. So it's not just in one particular discipline. Open textbook library has now access to textbooks in many subject areas. You can see business, computer science, education, engineering, humanities, mathematics, medicine, natural sciences. There's some of the subjects I have included in this slide. And you can also simply do a keyword search here to see what is available. And details about open textbooks, how to submit in open textbook, open education network are all available here. And this is where we can train and educate our faculty members about the mission of open textbook networks. And if they have an open textbook, how do they go about submitting that request to be available in open textbook library. Some examples from the business perspective here. So there's a book, Liquidity Market and Trading in Action. Is completely freely available. And you can see that the publisher, Springer, top publishers are there. Financial management for small businesses, financial statement and present value models, fully available online. So as many as in any other field, business entrepreneurship also evolving. So a new method of starting businesses are also important to learn in today's evolving business environment. If you look at from the electrical engineering example here, so electrical circuit analysis, there's two examples I have given here. but they both can be accessed online for free from anywhere in the world, no matter where you are. Natural science textbooks, so you have access to genetics, agriculture, biotechnology. Again, one example, there are many others there, so you can be able to access this also. Then we talk about briefly about LibreText, and you will see the LibreText mission is to unite students, faculty, and scholars in a cooperative effort to develop an easy-to-use online platform for the construction, customization, and dissemination of open education resources to reduce the burdens of unreasonable textbook cost. Again, with that mission, so many initiatives are being developed, and you all everywhere in the world need to become aware of such initiatives available, so that you are able to take advantage of good open access textbooks that are available to you for free. And if the faculty members are aware that such books exist, they can also spend some time, evaluate, compare their that content with the syllabus, what they want to teach, and adopt some portion of it for their students, so that students do not have to worry about paying for the textbook. And you can see this is funded by University of Davis, University of California, UC Davis, Merlot, National Science Foundations, UC Davis Library, California System, and Affordable Learning Solutions. This could be more, but these are 5 of them highlighted here. And here is one example of chemistry LibreText. As you can see, campus bookshelves. There are a lot of learning objects available here. Living Library is a principal hub of the LibreText project, multi-institutional collaborative venture to develop the next generation of open access text to improve post-secondary education at all levels of higher learning, which is highly collaborative in approach. This environment is constantly under revision by students, faculty, and experts to supplant conventional paper-based books. So a lot of emphasis on quality, and that is happening through constant evaluation by students, by faculty, by outside experts. So the content, what that comes here is quality, but also in the open platform. And if I again look at bookshelves section, you can see various areas of chemistry here. So introductory, conceptual chemistry, general chemistry, organic chemistry, inorganic chemistry, and within each subject area can be able to find books that you can access. Merlot is another good example which is a multimedia educational resource for learning and online teaching. And it is smart search. So you can be able to actually search to see what kind of content you can access. For example, I'm really interested in learning about Shakespeare and criticism of Shakespeare's plays, and reading those plays and comments about Shakespeare. And if there are any learning modules, I'm sure most of you are familiar with Shakespeare. We have shelves and shelves worth of Shakespeare's books in our library. A lot of our philosophy, arts, social sciences, humanities students are interested in exploring this. So I just did a search for Shakespeare and see what comes up. But you can also see that there are more than 90,000 learning resources. So many members are in Merlot. So now that came to under Shakespeare, then I see there's a completely online course here about Shakespeare that shows up. There's a presentation, so you can see different type of material: online course, presentation, reference material, open access textbook, and reference material. So different type of open access materials like reference material or open access book or a presentation or a course online are available through Merlot. So you can see Absolute Shakespeare, or you can see Welcome Shakespeare's Electronic example, and you can just click on it and access that. So this is just out of 120 results for Shakespeare, these are just 5 of them. But you can simply, depending upon your areas, depending upon your patient, you can be able to access any material of your interest in that way. So here is one screenshot of Open Shakespeare, which has a web interface. The site provides access to many, but all of the facilities of the Open Shakespeare package. You can read any of Shakespeare's plays or poems and compare 2 versions of the same text side by side. And you can be able to analyze text. I have seen many of our scholars who are spending hours and hours and hours to study Shakespearean literature. And I have seen them, they'll pull a lot of books from the library shelf sitting on the table, and trying to read and compare all those. And this can be applied to any literary areas, right? So it's not just Shakespeare. So this is open source Shakespeare for literacy technology, and different plays you can see here, and you can search within the works. It started in 2003. And OSS has become one of the more popular Shakespeare sites on the internet, and it is used regularly by scholars, educators, Shakespeare lovers around the world. And this advanced search option is also available. So when you're learning a new tool, I strongly encourage you to look at the help section of the tool, how to search. There could be some advanced search techniques available. So if you really become expert in how to search using advanced search mechanisms, you will be able to retrieve more relevant material quickly. And this is a concept that you are going to teach to your students and faculty as well, which is part of information literacy. But with information literacy also comes the assessment and evaluation. Whether your instruction is working or not, how are you going to know? And how are you going to implement those assessment techniques? Just merely giving a lecture for 30 minutes is not going to help. And I have seen, we have huge classes with 200 students sometimes in classes. So you don't know whether they are actually listening to you or they are on their mobile doing something else. Especially, we have seen it that sometimes they just chat with someone while in the class, and we are trying to put a lot of restrictions. At least during the class time, they should not do that. But that is why we need to have some kind of assessment mechanism to actually find out and learn what they have learned from your instruction and how they are going to evaluate. What kind of feedback are they going to give? So that's important. Another example of Merlot is learning about Indian languages, for example. For any international language you can learn, there are tools available. And so one website I really found very interesting is about Learn Indian Languages. And then you can click on Go to Material. And when you click on that, and you can see that you will see all different languages shows up. And this is coming out of an international initiative, one-stop solution for all your language needs. So you can see Sanskrit, you can see Marathi, you can see Gujarati, all this Bengali language, Assamese language, Hindi language, Kannada, Konkani, Malayalam, and Marathi, and so on. So just great way to explore different languages, and by learning different languages from our own country, you will be able to also become familiar with different languages coming out of our own country from different states, thereby uniting all of us in some way. So in the spirit of national integration, you can try to take one language and try to learn. I know it does take time, especially if you have not learned the other language there, but it's very important. And for any countries or different countries, you can try to learn Spanish, or you can try to learn French. But I strongly encourage you to think about learning Sanskrit as well. Then I look at physics here. In fact, there are Urdu learning material as well. So if you type Urdu, you're going to pull up those language as well. And Urdu ghazals are really a great way to explore the world of ghazals in a way. Then you can see physics. I'm taking example of physics here. So you can see physics material, and you can see, again, look at the material type: online course, open access textbook, open collection, open simulation. Simulations are very important for students in physics, mathematics, computer science, and how those concepts are applied in physics is important. And this is a reference material. So variety of open access materials, course materials are available through such collections. And another physics example, simply go to manual material and you'll find it. Mason OER Meta Finder, discovery tool that searches in open educational resources content. And this is very important because you can see that all these different sites are integrated, and you can search within all that collection within Mason OER Meta Finder. You can see that LibreText, Merlot, MIT OpenCourseWare, HathiTrust, Full View, Content, JSTOR, Open Access Books, all these are searchable within that. Project Gutenberg, New York Public Library Digital Collections, World Digital Library, and so on. And Applied Math and Science Education Repository. So this is very important for students and faculty, researchers, librarians to learn about all these different types of OER material available. And I think the greatest limitation is not having that knowledge, because not having that knowledge means that we don't know that they exist. And if we do not know it exists, we cannot impart that knowledge to our students and faculty. So I strongly encourage all of our library professionals and educators to start becoming familiar with all these different types of tools available in open access platform, so that we can encourage our faculty and students, our students especially, also to take advantage of that. And machine learning, Python programming languages, MATLAB, these are becoming big thing in colleges. In fact, all of our first year students, we encourage them to learn Python, for example, especially if they're going to go into engineering or computer science and computing and informatics, all those things. So artificial intelligence, machine learning, for example. So if I type machine learning here in Mason OER Meta Finder, it comes up with some really interesting tools. And the first source that when I did search, found a MOOC by Stanford in the Coursera. So number of techniques in machine learning this course provides. It may have been updated since my creation of the slides, but do explore. You will see that more new content could have been added by the time. And you can also refine by topics. So design, if you're looking at design aspects of machine learning, then you have 79 books. If you're looking at models of machine learning, then you have 70 books, authors, and so on. So next thing I want to highlight is Open Education Resources Commons. Some background about how it got started. And again, the mission was to build a knowledge base around the use and reuse of open educational resources as a network for teaching and learning materials. The site offers engagement with resources for curriculum alignment, quality evaluation, social bookmarking, tagging, rating, and reviewing. So this is the big some background of OER Commons. And again, you can search if you go to their search interface. You can explore, you can create, you can collaborate. Again, these are very important collaboration is becoming key in today's research and education world. Learn develop how to collaborate, how to respect each other's creation, and how to engage with that respect to enhance creativity and knowledge sharing among each other. OER Common is a public digital library of open educational resources. Explore, create, and collaborate with educators around the world to improve curriculum. Just imagine how much new knowledge is shared, even about teaching methods. And you're learning from those teaching methods using these tools. You're applying these innovative teaching methods in your own colleges, in universities, institutions, and you are getting feedback from your students to even further improve those methods. I think this will result in an teaching revolution of some kind all over. So take advantage of it. You can search by particular subjects. If I'm only interested in applied science, I can select that category, but you can select business or any other subject from this top-down menu. You can select a particular education level and your keyword and click on search, and it will pull up all different types of materials available. And here is within applied science area and within architecture and design, or you can see computer science, engineering, environmental science, all different subject areas you can also find. So what is a Rube Goldberg machine? Rube Goldberg machine. I think this is a very interesting concept. And 1 year we have inspired and encouraged our 900 freshman students to build a Goldberg machine on campus as part of their design project. So entire area of our engineering building which has big huge space where students were working hard to design that. So it is part of architecture, design, engineering, reading informational text, and so on. So let me give you an example of how we are using library subscriptions. As I mentioned before, library pays for it, but for students it is free. So as through this initiative, we are also able to have some open books can have some ways for students to access them for free. And many times they don't know, they think that this is coming for free, but behind the scene, we have gone through the licensing processes and making that content available. So we have access to a number of electronic books through initiatives such as ProQuest eBook Central, Novel, Springer eBooks, and so on. And they do not need to spend on buying ebooks in that case. The challenging part is that to encourage and inspire faculty members to think about these ebook tools, searching across thousands of ebooks, connect and match that content with the syllabus and use that in their course. So that is what we can also inspire our faculty members to. Many times these faculty members also have teaching assistants with them, especially those PhD students who are initially they have teaching assistantship, so they can work together to help and build this collection. Then there is a research assistantship as they advance PhD students, and they together they publish research papers and add new knowledge in the scholarly fields. So again, select appropriate chapters or relevance to course syllabus and have them integrated in the online course management system. And here is one of our library guide that I'm mentioning here of civil construction, civil engineering, electric and construction engineering in that construction management part, and have created in customized categories. If you're looking for wastewater management, for example, you can simply, or highway engineering, earthquake, soil green buildings, soil mechanics, and so on. And one key area within highway engineering that is evolving in the US is the use of drones in some ways. So why not just highway, but even the bridge engineering. Why drones? Because one example I give you is that thousands of bridges in the US, and many of these bridges are old, and they want to make those bridges safe as their supporting pillars are getting old. It could create cracks. So what does drone do? A drone has inbuilt camera attached to it. So as the drone flies from pillar to pillar over the bridge, take thousands of pictures, and those pictures are automatically transmitted to the engineers, and they are able to assess if this bridge is in danger or not. This is one project that is evolving and new in emerging technologies, emerging as many researchers, faculty members, and engineers are working together. And green buildings, climate change, sustainable buildings, sustainability is a big area again here. And I have created a library guide on climate change and sustainability as part of climate initiative at Drexel University. So here is one example. Dragon Search is our search interface, which is kind of discovery platform that searches across everything that we subscribe to. And students can simply use the filters here. So I'm using book chapter as an active filter. And again, I'm using construction management as an example. So what I'm finding out here is by using these filters, I'm pulling up all the book chapters related to construction management from all these books. So here is one example of construction management organization is a textbook, and students can simply click on that book and find the full text book. So when they click on that link, it takes them to novel civil engineering construction materials academic. And then when they click on this little box here on the right, they can go right to the book chapter. So again, and this is how a screenshot of this book, one part of that book will they'll see, and their book chapter can be downloaded on their computers. And as I mentioned, course management system, the professor can simply link, if they want their student to read this chapter, they can simply click link that chapter in the course syllabus, so students can access to that chapter directly without having to worry about. So it can really help faculty and students in that process. Another area now we are focusing, so far we are focusing on open access books and open educational materials for students to develop their background and explore the variety of subject areas. But another need for open access is in scientific and scholarly research that is being done in number of disciplines. Immediate online availability of research articles with no restrictions or few restrictions, and that is open access publishing, scholarly communication in academia. Open access journals and other types of resources such as open data have now become integral part of scholarly communication, and learning about them will help you to make informative decisions. And this is our website here. Directory of open access journals, directory of open access repositories. They both are available here, and I have links to both. And you can be able to search for peer-reviewed journals in open access journals, or open repositories where you can be able to find number of images or data sets where these have metadata documentation sufficient to make the material reusable. Here is one example of directory of open access journals, and I'm finding it here. Some example here. I wanted to find an example of an article without article processing charges in a science subject area. And to briefly highlight what APCs mean is article processes charge. In order to make an article in the open access platform, sub-publishers charge authors that you pay this amount of money and your article will be in open access platform. Many times, many authors and researchers cannot afford to pay for the article processing charge. So how do I find which journals do not charge article processing charges. So then I did a search on that within science, without article processing charges, APCs, and you can use that filter and you can pull up a couple of journals and you can see that copyright licensing, no charges, and so on. Nature Communications is an open access journal, for example. And as when I printed this slide at that time, the article processing charge for $5,560. It's quite an expensive. So that is very important that you understand mechanism of publishing an open access article. Different publishers have different ways. This is not a presentation of open access publication or article processing charges, but I just wanted to highlight these particular issues that many of our researchers may face later on. We also have number of open access week events that held on at Drexel. So one of them was adopting open educational resources at Drexel. And another one was preprint open access and their role in scholarly communications. And that was that happened during the Open Access Week in 2021 October. So one thing what we can do is becoming familiar with when this Open Access Week is being celebrated all over the world, and nations, different countries can come out together and share their ideas, share their thoughts, how they can enhance the awareness of open access among their students and faculty members. The next thing that I want to highlight is preprints, and I'll some of the things that are very revolutionary, also both evolutionary and revolutionary both. Preprints an early version of an academic article that has been made available by the author for others to read online for free before it has been peer-reviewed or published by an academic journal. It's part of an open access landscape. Many authors are now turning to preprint repositories, online databases developed for posting manuscripts prior to publication to get their work out to peers quickly and get feedback that may help improve an article before the formal journal peer review can process. And especially for new students and early career faculty and students, this can be a great way to have the content available in the preprint platform and get feedback from other experts, improve the quality, and get it published later on in a scholarly journal. The details about our event is right here. And why libraries, right? Why libraries? This question comes. As we all know, we are quite global. We are visionary. We really want our researchers and faculty members and students to be able to learn and access information. And that's why most of us love preprints, most likely. And why do we love preprints? Because some of the traits that we have, we are engaging, we are interactive, we are dynamic, we are visionary, we are entrepreneurial, we believe in quick sharing of emerging information. So why do we care for preprints? A preprint is an academic journal article in draft form. Remember, it is a draft form. It is prior to peer review. And a lot of people might interject that it is not peer review, so how do we rely on the quality? But that is the whole idea, that the information is quickly shared, and this will also open up other researchers all over the world to think about an idea coming out of that paper and critically evaluate themselves, do their own experiment later on. Allows quick access to research articles deposited before peer review, saves time and impetus to build on findings. Authors can get quick feedback, inspiring them to refine their papers. Authors can start accumulating citations right away. Enhances collaboration and builds on expertise in different disciplines. And of course, interdisciplinary research benefits. And preprints servers are growing in all disciplines, including engineering. As we all know, these are established disciplines in physics, mathematics, and computer science archive. Dozen new preprint services have been launched recently, and society publishers initiate many such preprints. So you might, if you go to this link here, you will see many other preprint repositories and servers. And new preprint servers like ECS, which is the Electrochemical Society Archive, Society of Automotive Engineering Mobility Archive, IEEE Tech Archive, Focus Archive, which is focused on ultrasound research community, are evolving. So you can see that number of preprints are also available. In different disciplines, even elsewhere is coming up with social science research network. It used to be SSRN repository of preprints. Initially, it was used to be for social sciences, but now expanding to even engineering as well. Publications versus deposits. Most publishers do not believe that preprints are publications. They are not peer-reviewed, but rather deposits in different repositories. Since they are not publications, can they be published later as a journal article? So there's some questions to ponder. Science, Nature, Tech Archive, Springer, elsewhere allow the posting of preprints. Many publishers encourage the posting of preprints, and you can always look at the policies, very important. Go to Sherpa Romeo, find out what the policies are. Check on publishers' websites to see what version of preprint is allowed, whether they're allowed or not, when can they be published as a journal article, and so on. So these are some education that everyone needs to do for this. And future, what is the future of preprints? It is expected that they will continue to grow. Many new preprint repositories are evolving. Excellent way of engineering graduate students and even new faculty members to share their research findings. It's not just engineering, any students are involving research, whether as any sciences, or this is very useful. Even we have business students working on their PhDs, they can also write paper in preprints. What is important is this is an open platform. There's a timestamp also posted that I did post this earlier, so that date is there. Plus, it opens up the platform for getting feedback from some experts. Might look at it and they give feedback to you for further improving that paper. And if this expert realizes the scope of this paper, they might even encourage them to collaborate with them later on. So there's a networking possibilities also there. More citations to preprint articles are expected. Measures of citation data on preprint will be needed. Publishers should come together, provide vision to create mechanism to enhance discovery of preprints in engineering or any such and other disciplines which lack preprints. One such repository is available on this particular open science framework. No, actually, one such can there be one such repository that searches across all disciplines? That's what my question was. But there, it has access to a number of repositories, but can they? When are they going to be adding new repositories? How do they keep track of them? So they're continuously updating them. And one of the events that we had during the Open Access Week was the preprint event on open access and their role in scholarly communication. And the whole, you can watch the recording here, and also our source of information. Explores the advantages, disadvantages of preprints and how they're influencing scholarship, shaping the future of open access. So please have a look at it, this recording at your convenience. And some sources that I've cited are also linked here. So some really interesting sources that I have used at the time. And I'm sure these are not just limited, more new resources available. So continuously explore new development. So what are some conclusions out of this presentation today? One major thing is students need assistance to save cost for their education. Libraries have a tremendous role to play in the mission. Encourage faculty members to create, adapt open educational resources. educate faculty and students about various OER resources, integrate material from library subscribed ebooks in courses, become familiar with sources such as preprints and use them wisely, improve quality of research papers, and develop connections with scholars worldwide. And here is my contact information, my email. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate, email me, and I'll try to get back to you as soon as possible, and my website. So thank you very much, Meenal. Thank you very much, MES, Dr. Dehibate, for expert introduction. Much appreciated. And I really feel humbled from the bottom of my heart. So I'm going to stop sharing and we can open up for questions and comments.
Dr. Jay, it is very nice explanation. More information on open education resources are available. They are very well explained, and you have analyzed them very well, so that how to use these open source e-resources, that is very, very essential, because it will just boost and append to the educational values. And for additional reading, this OER is definitely going to be benefited for the researchers, students, then faculty members, and everybody. And being a librarian, you have just prepared a list of our directory of these OER sites that is very well managed, and you are just highlighting them. And now it is our part of the librarian that in our subject field, we have to develop such type of bibliography of all OER sources, so that the user will get more benefit from this. So thank you, Jai, for your introductory lecture on this, and very good. We will just give this to Minalo for further deliberations.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Daibate sir, for your remark on the session conducted by Jai Bhatt, Librarian Engineering from Drexel. Actually, the topic I already announced in the morning, in the afternoon itself, Jai, that what was the motto of conducting this special session on open access. It is because of the fact that to that day we discussed the accessibility to Web of Science, Scopus, and other subscribed databases is not everywhere available in India. So the libraries, particularly in the rural areas, they are facing issues. They are having accessibility to internet and the related infrastructure is available, but many times they are not having accessibility to the paid e-resources. So by focusing that angle, we have conducted this special session, that how can you provide benefit to your users by utilizing these open access resources so focusedly. And you did a wonderful job, Jay. Now definitely they will do that, but few questions just that day also we discussed, that how to motivate our faculty members to utilize these e-resources, and another is how we can channelize their mind so that they can contribute in such open source materials. So I think that we will focus at first level, Jay, before
Sure,
going
I
to
think
latter
that's
level.
an excellent question. And I will start with the concept of Gita, Bhagavad Gita, called Nishkam Karma.
Very good. Yes.
Right? I know, and if we from the bottom of our heart, we do without any expectations, but we
Right.
know what is important is the goodness of the society.
Right.
So we need to go out of our way sometime to educate our faculty members, researchers. We need to think about coordinating with our administration, our researchers, our fellow librarians, our colleagues, our friends, to think about a webinar or a seminar. Now we can do, I think face-to-face seminar would be better, because
Right.
you have you can engage partner with faculty and students and researchers. Will create some demo or some kind of an example that they can really be able to use it, make it
Right.
easy for them. I think
Right. Right.
it is important.
I think, and Jay, we should actually train them also, or we should try to imbibe the skills amongst our users to identify what are the predatory issues as far as this open source is concerned. Because once they submit any particular paper to the predatory, then it will become very difficult for them to chase.
That's
And
correct.
so that knowledge is also essential. I think in research area we can do a lot as far as LIS professionals are concerned.
Yeah.
This virtual world has opened so many doors in front of us actually, so everything
And
is an opportunity for us.
and
What do you think
predatory
in this regard?
publication is a big problem.
Yeah.
We have a whole session on predatory publication, how to identify them within the open access area. And
Wonderful.
especially they are presenting the information in such a way that you think that this is really scholarly, this is really important, but once you go deeper, then you realize that this is kind of predatory in nature. And that is why we need to develop a keen eye on observing how the messages are written. Are there any spelling mistakes?
Right.
Are there any grammatical mistakes? Do some research. Where is this information is coming from?
Correct.
Is the contact information is provided? Is the contact email has an official email ID that ending with their institutional or organizational ID rather than gmail.com or yahoo.com? Because it doesn't help just having a Gmail ID or a yahoo.com.
So authenticity plays a very
authenticity.
crucial role, and its concurrent applications as well.
Yeah,
so that awareness is essential amongst our users, where it is too much less at present.
Right. And I strongly think that we have to go beyond Facebook and beyond WhatsApp.
Right.
Because anybody can post on the Facebook. So how do we know what is being posted on Facebook is genuine?
Yeah. We do not measure the, we are not able to measure the authenticity and like that. So any post we are witnessing today, it may vanish tomorrow.
And that is why I encourage all universities and institutions to create their own website, which is an official website with details about journals, with details about predatory publications, with details about seminars and webinars that you are organizing. And the advantage of this is you can be able to easily search in Google whenever there's such, when that university's website has meta tags and discovery scenarios are implemented.
Right. Okay. And I think as far as preprints, these preprints are concerned, there is also a large role utilization of such preprints. So that kind of awareness also our user fraternity are not having properly.
Right.
Even many times LIS professionals are not aware about the proper utilization of such preprints, I think.
Absolutely. And that is why preprints, of course, they are not peer reviewed, but at least it will give an information about top scientific research that is happening, which is not available in Scopus or which is not available in Science Direct and other publishers at that moment. But in preprint, it is there. So you're able to access that. And then you are developing a questioning attitude and critically evaluate how it is important. And of course, through preprint, you have contact information. You can always contact the authors and the researchers. And these authors will usually have an faculty advisor associated with the publication. So it is not just the student who is publishing the paper, but the student is publishing paper in collaboration under the guidance of an expert faculty member whose name is also on the preprint. So then you can also evaluate the validity of those articles.
Right. So these are the variety of areas, Jay, where we can play our role. Even we have to chalk out our milestones as far as the research areas and related virtual accessibility is concerned, where we can play our role very nicely, very effectively. so that they will get a proper guidance regarding authenticity and utilization, because these Google and other things, they are not able to get the authenticity of the records and how to use, from where to locate, whether the record is authentic or not. So there we are having a great scope to work.
Yeah,
Only I think many times professionals are not able to visualize that. I think Jay, you did it very nicely as far as these open source materials are concerned.
and they are evolving. So this is just the tip of the
Yes,
iceberg.
it's
And
evolving. Yes.
we need to continuously. So if I do this session again next year, you will see there are some additional sources are there.
Yeah.
And
With
we
the
want,
supplementary open source tutorial.
yeah, and we need to build on this, because
Yes, we have to build. Yes, on this.
economically, these are very important. It saves money. It saves lot of time also, because you're able to access very quickly. We are not waiting for having a money to purchase something else. Actually, one of the sessions which I did for economically disadvantaged students in the US in Drexel, we have also such students there.
Okay, right.
Right. So we, some students after my session, they came, and one of the students was crying because he has no money to purchase books. And certain, students are growing up in an area which are crime. Sometimes, there are a lot of areas where, people having guns moving around.
Right.
Right. So this environment is also there. It is not that everything is good. So they are also learning from those opportunities. And that's why there's a whole initiative called DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, making sure that people from those background also get the best possible education so that they can move forward.
Okay, right, right. So the challenges are different.
Challenges are
Depends on
different,
the geographical areas and
but they're there.
economical values. Right.
Right.
Right, very true. Fantastic. It's a fantastic thing that virtually we are connected and we are discussing so many things regarding the various geographical areas, even the challenges faced by LIS professionals across the boundaries.
Right.
So very
first thing we have to understand in our own hearts that we are all human beings.
Yeah,
we are compassionate individuals, and we have really explored a lot of things in our lives, so that we can, using that attitude, we can contribute something that really benefits globally.
And certainly I think SLA has contributed a lot as far as this global image of LIS professionals is concerned. I still remember when I got the first scholarship of SLA, and when I joined that, so after joining that, I saw your name on that members list. So it was a great feeling for me that somebody is there. I know him. So at least somebody is there, because when you are on the global front, it's totally a different scene for you, and you are even not able to relate, which is not the case today. And because of the SLA, it becomes very easy for me to identify the global picture of the library science profession, and to relate the things very properly, and even to portray the Indian LIS scenario on the LIS on the SLA LIS platform. So that's been a very nice thing, which I would like to share it to you on this MES IMCCs platform of our VIDP. So with this word, I'll move again ahead. If there are any questions for Dr. Subhash Athavale sir, he also conducted a very impressive session on national education policy of India, and whatever the new things are coming up. So he did it very, very nicely. And there are a few questions raised in the chat box for him also, but he already answered in the chat box. So still there are any questions, you can mail him directly. Dr. Subhash will answer definitely your questions. And because sessions were in continuity, So we decided that time to go in a continuous manner, so that we will first complete these things, then we can interact in a homogeneous manner. So that is for Dr. Subhash session. Let me know about Professor Nasir, because he was in the another unavoidable reason situation. So he requested me to communicate if there are any questions related to Professor Nasiruddin. Please mail directly to him. He already communicated his mail ID to you in the session only. Or even if you even if you mail it to me, I'll mail him so that he will answer the queries very nicely. And lastly, the feedbacks which you are giving for inviting so nice resource persons. Thank you so much for your valuable feedbacks, and credit goes to the resource person. All of the way they joined this program, they accepted our invitations. So credit goes to the resource person as well as to chairpersons. So they did their job so nicely for us. So thank you so much, Jay, again. I thank Dr. Subhash, Professor Dr. Nasir for accepting our invitation and conducting this session. Oh, he is there.
Yeah, I'm connected.
Good.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I was just listening.
Yeah. Is there anybody who want to raise the question for Professor Mitul? He will be happy to attend your questions. Only one question I am having, Professor Mitul Nasiruddin, for you. I was going through one of the days, going through the Mirror newspaper, and in that I was referring to your one of the case. I think Dr. Dahibate also mentioned that Sri Lankan award or something like that. It is related to the study of the I think sex workers working for them. You people work through the library case studies and how you improve their lives or like that. So we are actually interested in hearing from you only. So will you please focus on that, or will you please elaborate that case study?
Thank you, Dr. Minal. You were just listening. I did not disconnect it at all. My headphone was with me.
Okay.
And I was connected with mobile, and I heard Joy Hart's presentation on OER. That is also
that's great.
very much helpful for me. Thanks, Joy, for your nice presentation. And I am just giving you answer, Dr. Minal. I have a research article on this, so I will share it with you, not now. The whole paper, I think, if you go through on that, and if you help to go through on the audiences on that, I think people will be very easily catch up the matter. It is basically on changing lives of the sex workers through the innovative approach of libraries. So it is a case study. You know, while I was working in UNDP, Concern Worldwide, you must have heard the name. This is an Ireland-based organization. I was a communication manager, was there, say, from 2005 to 2009. And I visited 14 brothels, licensed brothels at a time. And I have seen so many, I mean, deplorable situation of the sex workers. Then I requested to my country representative, who is an Irish guy. I told him that you are giving them microcredit, you are working on their education, you are working on their disaster risk reduction and something like this. So why not you are giving me an opportunity to installation a library of the corner point of the brothel. So he said, okay, give me an idea what you would like to do, just write a proposal. I told you earlier that I was a communication consultant over there, and I have just prepared one proposal and submitted to the Concern Worldwide, and they have given me fund. And there was a partner, DCC, Dhaka, City Corporation. They were working with the government wing. So we together started working. And just within a very short, I would like to mention that 14 brothel, licensed brothel where sex workers lives over there. More than 16,000 sex workers lives over there in 14 brothels around the country. So I found that yes, many times they are just wasting their time by, doing nothing, and their kids always are fond of playing, watching movie, etc., etc. So as long as we install one library, that library was not with books. That was an innovative. Its collection was posters, videos, small documentaries, etc., etc. And we have just prepared their corner room as a library, and just given them opportunity to access over there to read the book. And we started one, session, that information for lives. That helped them a lot. And overall, within 2 years, it was a 2 years project, and we offered them non-refundable 5,000 taka, which is nearly 5,000 rupee as well in your currency. So we have given them the opportunity that, yes, if you just would like to change your life, I mean, if you come outside of this brothel, we will just ensure your security, and we will permit your work with the community. So your security will be ensured by the organization. And it's a non-refundable fund. I mean, we have given them 5,000 rupees. So they started their life-changing life. I mean, we have given them some information regarding 14 micro professions. I mean, pottering, parloring, and then selling vegetables, etc., etc., hawking, like this. So it's a big proposal I have, and that article have been published from IFLA journal as well in 2014. So I will share it with you. But the matter is that many of them, I mean, in 100 out of 100 sex workers, more than 55 have changed their approach, changed their life, and they send their kids to the school. We ensured their schooling, and we have found that, yes, 5,000 money. Every day they are selling some buying some vegetables and selling it to the outside, from home to home or colony to colony. At the end of the day, they are getting some extra money, so they keep it in their cooperatives. And one of the, it's like a microcredit or something like this, but the organization ensured their security, ensured their privacy as well. So, you know, the negative attitude of the community people, community leaders about the sex workers, but they are our production. They are not, the people who have come from another planet or something like this. We have created them. That's why we,
yes,
yeah,
I totally agree with that. We created situations that forced them to do that.
Exactly, Joy. So that's why the project within 2 years, it got good success, good results. And my country representative, Kiran Crowley, his name, he appreciated a lot, and Dhaka City Corporation, I mean, the government wing, appreciated, and they have just selected some, the abandoned property for the sex workers, for giving them shelters as well, and rescue them from the brothels to shelter centers, because people are not accepting them properly. For your information, Irish cricket team, I have organized a charity cricket game with Irish cricket team. They have come for visiting Bangladesh with playing with Bangladeshi team, and we organized one charity MES with sex workers kids that have been covered through international coverage, international media, Daily Mirror, and the Star, and some other.
That's fantastic. I think what you're doing is God's work.
So this paper I have just written after completion of the project. The whole matter I have visualized in my paper, and out of 35 countries in Colombo, my paper has been awarded Best Paper Award. That's all. So it's a life-changing. I mean, the issues over there is a small information can change the life. Say, for example, one poster we have hanged in the brothel: don't smoke. I mean, it is in our native language. Dhumpan koriona, don't smoke. So this poster reveals that how your stomach will be tails upon by this, how your lung will be tails upon by this. So watching this, they become very motivated, and they become, the gents become very motivated. And another one, they did not know earlier the name of our president or our prime minister, but they are able to know about Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan. They are very much fond of watching movie. That's why we have just given them so many video documentaries, small video documentary for barbering, for pottering, for selling 2-3 minutes video. We have and yes, they have created their can-do attitude. They said, yes, we can do it. It's very easy. Then we made an agreement with the community shop and him, and his security will be ensured by us. So it has come a good result. And finally, we have seen that a lot of changes in the lives of the sex workers. So that's the end and I will share it with you, Minal, especially if those of the audiences who are interested to get it. I think you can also search over there in Google Scholar as well through my name, Changing Lives of the Sex Workers in Bangladesh by an Innovative Approach of Libraries. You will also.
I will be interested to read this also.
Yes.
Thank you. My passion, my basically target is I'm still working on changing lives of some marginalized people. That has gone on sex workers. Another one is on background homes. Another one is third gender. So I'm working on them basically. That's why government appreciated it so much, because they are mostly neglectable, no doubt, but their potential when voting system has come, you know, they have a lot of vote. So government cannot leave them at all. Government want to accommodate them in all of the development activities with them. So that's all. And I think, Minal, I could make you clear.
That's fantastic. And I'm sure that everybody will be interested in going through the revolutionary paper, I should say. And that's so nice. And it's a nice interactive session. And really, candidates enjoyed it very much, a lot. So many things we have discussed up till now. Only I think we are missing Dr. Subhash. But he answered everything in the chat box. Actually, for him, there are so many questions on NEP. So that's the thing. Only one announcement I have to do, then I'll hand over to Dr. Daibate. Tomorrow we are going to meet. It is the last day of this program. And tomorrow we are going to meet at 11 o'clock in the morning from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Please remember all. It will be only for 2 hours, and we'll be happy to attend you on the last day of this program. And this is our moment of pleasure to announce that for this program, total registration we got are 401 across 12 countries on the globe. And really it was nice to interact right from the SLA president to the president of Science and Technology of SLA today. So it's a great journey from SLA president to SLA. So we enjoyed a lot. Over to you, Dr. Daibate, sir, for your closing remarks.
Thank you, Minal. Today's sessions were very prominent. They have discussed on different subjects, but they were very valued subject for our profession. First session was conducted by Dr. Athawale, and he spoke on national education policy in India, in which he very well analyzed the contents of the policy and presented very well, covering the structure and the vision of the policy. He presented also the detailed historical background of the educational policy since 1948 to 2020, and what were the content given in that. And it was a nice historical background he has described. He highlighted the content of MEP 2020 in detail, point-wise, and different pattern stated in the policy in respect of the education and research. A prominent use of ICT and promotion to research are the basic elements of this NEP policy he has mentioned and highlighted, and different programs are working on this. Like Japanese education policy, NSP is also based on the 5 pillars of the policy, 5 pillars of policy, with affordability, accessibility, quality, equity, and accommodatability. These 5 pillars ensure that the continuous learning support as well as lifelong learning will be continued in the student's life, as well as you can add or exclude from the teaching line, from the learning line, do something else, and again you can rejoin these highlighted policies. These points he has highlighted very well. Then he has also mentioned very well points that now this NEP policy, they are trying to establish different committees to manage the NEP issues at different level. Basically, National Research Foundation, which will take the charge of assessing research or imparting research in the education field. Similarly, National Accrediting Committee, which will take the review of the complete education system throughout India, like Higher Education Council in India, NCFAC, all such type of agencies, they are going to be added in the future. He has emphasized on this. The emphasis is on school education and higher education as well as research. These are the highlighted points. Then universalization of education is also he has mentioned very well. Then he discussed important local language education, which is which will be up to the 8th standard, and then they can select multiple languages at their choices. Furthermore, after highlighting the NEP policy issues and structure and policy contents, he also discussed the important role of librarians in just adopting NEP policy at each and every education sector. Basically, he said that, and he suggested that from the policy itself, though there is no clear-cut dimension of the librarian's role mentioned into that, but he has clearly mentioned that all the S.R. Ranganathan's bylaws are fulfilled, and naturally the librarians have to just follow all these, and we have to just acquire new reading material. Then reading culture should be imbibed in the society. Then reading habits should be inculcated in the student at the schooling level also. Such major issues he has discussed very well, as finally he has concluded with that, though this NEP is going to state many things, but there is a one course, that is the CPD, that is professional development, career professional development activities should be there, so that they will be accounted for the development taken place in the education sector, and all librarians will try to work on that platform. So such type of thing he has just highlighted, and his analysis was very good. And furthermore, he has also asked many questions, and though he is not there right now, but he has answered these questions in his chat box. Then second session was conducted by Dr. Nasiruddin Mikul, and he has presented fourth industrial revolution issues and how we librarians can compete with this. He has taken a best survey, and from the survey, he has analyzed different elements, and these elements he has highlighted in his slides, and he has concluded from that, and he has discussed many things into that. First of all, he has very clearly stated that this fourth industrial revolution, it is basically we have to adapt in the library profession, because all emerging technologies, we have to take shelter for giving better user services. Fourth industrial revolution is the fusion of all technologies, especially artificial intelligence, robotics, Internet of Things, then genetic engineering, quantum computing, and many other technologies. They will be the basic foundation for the further future library, and we have to adapt them. Fourth industrial revolution is a way of describing boundaries between physical, digital, and biological world, which he has explained with the example, in which he stated that in the physical layer, cloud computing, robots, drones, driverless car, 3D printers, smart sensors, all such type of things we are going to face, and these we have to adapt. All the skills related to this technology we have to digest and adapt in the future. Then in digital, he has specifically mentioned IoT, 5G, digital services, data analytics, and many more things he has highlighted into this. Then biological things, he has given very well examples of synthetic biology, genetic makeup, and precision agriculture, smart farming, biotechnology, and nanotechnology example which are covering into this. And though this area which we are not dealing, but we are definitely related to physical and digital area, and this is very, very essential that he has mentioned that we have to give very prominence to these areas, and we have to just adapt new skills to develop all these things and to sustain. In the fourth industrial revolution era, we have to just acquire different skills, especially adaptability, creativity, data literacy, leadership, digital skills, and many other skills we have to give. And he has definitely concluded his remark with honor to the past and create the future. That was the very good essence of the lecture. And he described very well his policies, his findings, and his suggestions to the society in nutshell into that. Then third session just now completed by Dr. Jay Bhatt. Jay Bhatt is very eminent personality in our field. He has given extraordinary lecture for this session because not only we have to just depend on the commercial publications or commercial literature, we have to take the shelter of these free resources also. No doubt, free resources, there may be many different angles, but one thing is sure that for the launching pad, we have to just refer to the resources which are openly available, especially when I consider the patent literature, then I found that all the patent literature is open to the sky and anybody can use it. Though they will not give you the prominent commercial touch to it, but what it will cover, at least it will give you the launching pad for the startup of the research. This is one thing he has mentioned. But one thing is very clearly indicated that at least if you are using open source and publishing it into the open source, likely you will establish the monopoly in the IP sector. Because something you are doing and it will be related to something, and somehow or the other people will watch your research or watch your writing in that way. So this open educational resources he has mentioned very well, and he has clearly mentioned that open educational resources are learning, teaching, and research material in any format which is available in, and this medium that is reside in the public domain also, so that we can use it, we can reuse, we can since we have an open license, then we have a permit to use it at no cost, then we can just publish it, then adapt it, or we can contribute it, or we can redistribute it. All the things can be possible, and that's why we have to just look into such type of open source resources. And he has really analyzed different URLs and sites where open source resources are very well available, and that if we right now utilize it, at least then we can compare with the commercial resources using different databases and all these things. So these are the one thing, and highly suggesting fact is that he has narrated the benefits of the open educational resources is that it will increase the educational quality. Because what happens, you will have an additional reading material without any cost, and you can use this, you can append with any commercial platform, and then you can just repackage your write-ups and all these things, which will be very well illustrated to the society. Then it will provide a student an opportunity to access more educational material, and they have open wide choices for just getting awareness of the literature published in their field. Then another thing is, this is accelerate learning by providing educational resource for just in time, direct information used by both students and self-directed learners. These open resources will be very well useful to them. And that is why nowadays we are just going towards open educational resources and open archival resources also, as well as open archive research elements also. Then these, not only the things we have to do, many times these open resources, they can add value to the knowledge of production. You can have everything is not predatory or anything that we have to evaluate. We have to take concern who is the writer, from where he is writing, where he is associated with. All such background, if we check, then these open resources are also very important, because many times this chemical sciences or engineering sciences, what Dr. Jay told, that MES, they are all depending on the major things that open educational resources, which are adding values to their reading, and they are preparing their lot of write-ups on that, and that is the beauty of this OER. Then this will be helpful to the faculty also, because they can prepare their write-ups, they can prepare their demonstrations, they can prepare now online lectures onto these demonstrations, various things they can prepare, and they will have, in addition to the course literature or course material, they can take shelter of the OER, and they can develop more intellectual content into their lectures. So this is also, these are very, very important points he has suggested through this meeting. And generate innovative through collaboration. This is the more important thing. Whatever collaborative efforts we are doing, like Shakespeare's on dramas are now available. Many people, they are using it because these are out of IP, or they have given the IP rights to the users to use this literature for the better knowledge development basis. So it's very good session Jay has conducted, and he has, in brief, he has said that open educational resources, they can be reused, redistributed, revised many times. You can add a content into that, like wikis and all these things, and you can remix your own thoughts and bring a new dialogue. This is the just publication cycle which we are formatting. So thank you, Jai, for your all efforts and giving us a enlightened lecture. So
Thank you, Dr. Devate.
Thanks, Neenam.
Thank you
Thanks a
so
lot.
much for your wonderful and inspiring comments. Really appreciate it. Can I add two things here?
Yes. Yes.
One thing is, it very much fits within the framework of virtual development program, right? Yes. Open access, open educational resources are available online. So it satisfies, meets the need, the theme of this, the whole event, virtual development. Yes. And the second thing I want to highlight is from the concept, our Sanskrit concept, Vidya Vinayena Shobhate.
Shobhate, yes.
Right? Why? Because those experts, scholars who are making their content available in open access platform, they're humble enough. They don't have anything for themselves. Correct. They want to share their knowledge.
Propagate their knowledge, yes.
And in the open access platform for the benefit of education. So these are two things I wanted to add to this.
Sure. Yes. Handed over to Meenal, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Devate sir, for closing it very aptly and with your skillful remarks. So thank you so much for being there as a chairperson entirely for 3 sessions consistently from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. So it's been pleasure to be with you for 3 sessions consistently. And let's meet again tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the last day. So we all are happy to get so many nice feedbacks from the candidates, registered candidates, so many professionals. They are working for so many years, and what we found, they are still interested in upgrading themselves and interested in listening to variety of resource person joining from all over the globe. So it's very encouraging picture in India, I should say. So that can be the great way towards increasing effectivity and quality, matching to the theme of the program. So I thank all the MES fraternity for supporting this event and boosting my confidence as always they are. And lastly, Jay, thank you so much again for being there for us. So with these words, I close this session and see you tomorrow all. Bye-bye. Good night.